Been a little while since I've been on. Been a little sick for a little while there. But we're just gonna jump right on in. We are checking out the new Banov update. The new content just dropped a couple days ago. And we're currently on condition 0. But we're just gonna jump right into it tonight. We're just gonna go for it. Now to find out where everybody is right now. Morning.
Good morning. Ignore the flies.
Oi.
Oh God, what you doing there?
I murdered a guy.
You murdered a guy? What?
What? That's not out of the ordinary for me.
I mean, true, yeah. Was I really sleeping that hot? Oh,
Yeah,
oh, God,
I was
God,
cleaning inventory and stuff.
You just...
And then I came back and he was in here stealing things. And then, I mean, I said hello and I asked him his name and
so
he
we
ended up
just
flipping me off twice. So I shot him.
we're just leaving them in there.
He was also holding an M. Well, no. First, I'm taking all the shit off him, and he was stealing from us.
Oh, oh God, that smells.
Smells better than the dead, so well, it's kind of an upgrade.
I mean, he is dead, but is that?
Some good news.
He pooped himself.
He brought you something.
Yeah.
An SVD mag.
Oh. Now I can actually use it.
And he brought me a foul.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
But I don't have a mag.
I need to get bolts now. Which would help if I looked in the actual bullet.
I'm gonna say this means someone knows about this place, so we'll probably end up getting robbed of shit later, and they could take shots at us later. I don't know.
This is true. We gotta beef up security. Where's everybody else?
I don't know. You just both woke up. I haven't seen anyone else. It's just me.
Alright, if I'm gonna use this gun, anybody want my my CR? Has a hunting scope and everything on it.
It's a shitty gun.
How dare you?
Perhaps, possibly Bambi.
Oh yeah, where's Bambi? Where's he?
He's probably where we left him.
Where did we leave Bambi?
You don't remember it was at the base of the exit of that tunnel.
Oh,
right.
Oh shit, we left Bambi. I hope Bambi doesn't find my surprise.
Oh, I hope. Oh, I'm sure he's got a voice in his head guiding him out. Maybe warning him.
Cause it may
I mean, the dead guy brought us a leather kit too.
that's nice of him, yeah. Cause you have Bambi there. Might be a little shocking if he it'll be an explosive find.
Don't know if he's making his way up just yet. I mean, he knew we were coming up here.
I mean, he should, right?
No, I don't know if he has a radio.
Actually, do we have a better radio? Mine's damaged.
The only ones
Yeah,
I
we
know
do.
of are in the tent.
Yeah, they're in there. We just need more. Gonna need more batteries.
Sounds to me we need a lot more basic supplies. No.
Oh yeah, I made a shelter out there behind the garden houses. I moved the food over there. Greenhouses.
Oh, I? Oh, that makes sense. Cleared out a good bit of space.
Yeah, I got a lot of mushrooms. That's for sure. I also got I got 2 spark plugs, 3 spark plugs.
Oi, same as yesterday. You know, just strapping down vehicles, collecting them, whatnot.
And since I'm not using that CI anymore, I'm dumping all of that. You want to grab that 762 short there for you?
I think you better take a peep at that barrel. We've got quite a shit ton.
Oh wait, I got 4 spark plugs.
Yeah, a lot of those, like ammo, like he brought 762 because I don't think we had that much before.
Oh, I remember we had.
I mean, hey, that was definitely handy. Should we just cut him up?
I mean, if we're tired of the flies.
Aye. Oh, the blood's all coagulated now.
Well, that's because we waited for forever, you know. They just gonna left him there.
Oh yeah, it was no fun at all.
I have a lot of extra ammo going on here.
I'll
And
keep
that's
that in mind. I'm
not-
upgrading to the FX.
Hey, go for it.
Wonder if Bambi will want to use the OJ.
Oh, has anybody checked the cars for the batteries?
No.
I'm gonna go take a peek at them. No battery in that one. Hey, she's good. And half. Alright, so Dougal's doesn't have a battery in it. One Olga has like half, and mine is full. So whatever was killing him the other day was it doesn't seem to be doing it anymore.
Oh, that's good to hear.
But yeah, do we have any extra batteries around here? No. I feel like I know the answer to that question, but
I've got one in my radio. I'm not really using it, so... There you are.
I appreciate it.
Oi.
Alright, what do we got here? Paper. Can load that up a little bit.
Oh, hey, his rangefinder had a battery.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, we just put it in the tent.
Well, I threw it in my radio, but if you guys wanna, you know, someone else wants to keep one in theirs.
I mean, Marbles, you're such a charmer. You could always use it.
Use what?
A battery.
The battery.
My radio has a battery.
Alright.
Oh, I guess my head torch burned out. That's dumb because I know I turned it off.
Those batteries don't last as long as you think.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't be burning if it's not on.
That's true. True. So, you got word from Bambi? Is he on his way yet?
I just need to get a battery in, let's say. Then I see a rangefinder.
Oh, you know, he put the battery in the tent.
Oh, I just took the battery from my head torch.
Oh, or he took it for that. Radio check, any survivors out there? Radio check, any survivors out there? Radio check, anybody out there? Radio check. Are you there? Are you peeing over there?
I'm marking my territory.
Oh, jeez. Radio check, anybody out there? Radio check, anybody out there? I'm gonna leave it on 96, you know, but I'll check it here and there.
Marbles.
What?
You want a pair? You want a pair of knuckles?
I got one off the dead guy.
Oh, good. Oh, I've got silver.
Knuckle buddies.
But would you rather have gold?
I'm partial to silver. What about you, Crow? You want a pair of knuckles?
I mean, if we got a spare, I got these.
Why not beef them up a bit?
Ain't gonna say no. And put that down there. Oh, put it there. I'll actually have some melee to go with here. I think the sun is setting, so there's like battery in here. So that's all right. I got water. All right. Now the question is, where do we go today? You know, one thing I haven't seen yet is a lockpick.
I mean, I have one.
I've got one.
Oh, never. I guess it's just me then.
Actually, I have two because I took one off the dead guy. You want one?
Sure, yeah. Oh, that dead guy was really helpful.
Yeah, right on the ground. Hey, he even brought tape so we can fix the tin up a little bit.
Like a personal
that
delivery.
was kind of him.
Yeah. Is that a mushroom up there? Don't think that's supposed to be spawning up here. Unless one of them dropped it. One little thing all the way up the top there. What do we got? Hey, a battery. That's actually super helpful. I'm good on mine. And I'm rocking the SVD and an M16. And a pistol. Me. Also, did one of you drop a mushroom on top of the boards there? I think a mushroom spawned on top of the boards. Were you putting the suppressor? never mind. Apparently you can't put. Well, I can't put it on an SVD. Can you put it on M16? Oh, okay, okay. It goes in the M16. We're good. So basically, you have every kit. And then, Snap, are you still down by the Millie? Gotcha. So you're just kind of chilling and chat with us. Wow, wow, whoa, whoa. So you have to log in? Oh, you're doing that. No, I thought you meant like, you're like, until I have to go into DayZ. It's extremely dark. I forgot there's a well here. Or was there?
Need water. We need water, we need batteries, we need NBC gear.
Do you need like, thirsty like right now?
No, just preparing for when we're moving out.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming the game plan's the same, you know, we're cruising about, we're looking at things, getting NBC gear.
Yeah, I also want to see if we can pick up a, I want to see maybe pick up another Ada, another like Gunta.
Oi. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Olga's quite sexy looking, it's just
It's more of a showpiece sometimes, you know?
It's a bit rough.
I mean, and the ties, you know, they don't. I mean, I gotta really push her to get up these hills.
Oi.
So, when we head out, I guess we either take both trucks or we're gonna have to take one of the Olgas anyways.
Oh, that's right, because this was Dougal's.
And I ain't touching Dougal's.
Oh no, he'd rip us a new one if we should lose that. I don't know if we should take both trucks. I think it'd be wiser just to take an Olga.
Probably taking, an Olga and a truck. And then...
Why would we take an Olga? Why don't we just take the Gunter?
I mean, do we really want to touch... Isn't that Dougal's, kinda?
I'm not touching that
I don't
Gunter.
think he'll care.
Then maybe we'll bring back another one.
No, not taking that. Not going to her.
I mean, okay, I'll drive the I'll drive until we find a, you know, unless like, you know, unless Dougal like wakes up, you know. At least by like one person, so. There's just a couple items here. He was being apparently very rude about it. Oh, just so you guys know, like, I mean, I am in comms with a group of people, but I didn't want to like share their comms. I keep that light off though, because batteries, they die pretty fast in vanilla.
I'm literally just standing out in the middle of the darkness, looking at me feet.
Alright, so do we want to like hit up a millie and some like meds, see if we get some more NBC gear?
Wow, I mean, all we got, what is it, jacket?
And boots.
The boots and a mask. So we need pants. Oh, and gloves. And the hood.
More.
Oh, yeah, we need...
And filters.
Yeah, at least we need like one filter for each and maybe a spare that you can keep in
we've
charcoal.
got lights out here.
Hey, we see that light. You wanna announce yourself? I hope you're not stealing one of those cars, are you?
No.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Alright.
Oh shit, it's Dougal. Gonna give us a heart attack over here, Dougal.
I'm a shot
Taking all the cars.
How dare you? Alright, something's gonna get gassed in a minute. It is dark as shit.
You know, hit up Millie's, get NBC gear, strip cars, and take them along the way.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, today I just want to find another gun tornado.
I know what 2 Gunters are, but they need wheels.
Cause like I was telling like Marbles, like yeah, the ogres are nice, but there's a lot of, you know, dirt roads and hills that the ogre's just not really gonna, you know, handle the best on. Be cold.
No, I'm burning shit still.
Oh.
I just don't want to go get wood. I'm lazy. I'm using the paper.
Yeah. So you're just doing your ritual. Doesn't really last long, does it?
No, not really.
I mean, it is just paper. I don't know what what I'm expecting there.
I mean, I burned some of the stuff, but that big gun's taking a bit.
Big gun.
Oh. I mean, it's big because it's taking up a lot of room.
Yeah, no, I see what you're burning. You know, at least up here I can at least, see. Okay, apparently there's just a bandage there. Isn't it actually a little weird that the fireplace isn't where the bed is? Because don't you think you'd want the warmth from the fire?
Oh no, these cabins are quite insulated. I imagine it get too hot.
I mean, I'm sure they do when you have someone with a lovely accent in here.
I appreciate it.
Lovely, right.
Yeah, I mean, he used to, Marbles used to sound like me. Same accent. Just the.
Was this after he got whaled in the head with a sock full of marbles? Or before?
No, I think it was a shovel.
He told me it was a sack full of marbles.
No, I beat my dad with a sack full of marbles. Where are you getting me getting hit with marbles?
Oh, that's right.
No, yeah, he got hit with a shovel.
Yeah, you hit me one time and then repeatedly later in life.
I would never. How dare you?
What
You
brotherly
did when we
love?
were kids.
Well, that's because you kept calling me ugly.
Of course. It's fucking
We- we-
raining.
I'll tell you what happened. We watched that movie Little Nicky, and he thought it was funny, and then he grabbed a shovel and hit me.
I don't know what he's talking about.
That's a great movie.
It is a great movie, though. Wait, would that make you Nikki?
That would make me Nicky, and that means you're the shitty brother in the movie.
Wow, which way? Which
There were
one?
two.
Which one?
I think it was... Actually, I don't remember which one actually did the shovel hitting.
Well, I think it was the big beefy one that was obsessed about fighting.
Didn't the other one have more of an
maybe,
ego?
But I think it was actually... It might have been the other one, because the other one was... Like the... Actually, no, this actually might have been what it was, right? The big one might have been the one that did it, but I think it was the other one that convinced the beefy brother to do it.
Oh, that sounds more like it.
So...
Yeah, because you're definitely more like the schemer.
Oh, so I got somebody to beat you with a shovel.
Also, you have that kind of guy's fashion sense.
How dare you? Now forever, I'm just like picturing though, like the scene though, where he's like stepping on the pizza in church.
Are you sure? He has the same fashion sense,
Okay.
because the bloke in that movie was, spot on fire, and, crows.
What you mean with like that leopard print weird coat with the fur lining and shit?
Oh, I know, it was like a feather boa just coiled about his neck. I thought it was great.
Listen, you get me one of those jackets, I'll wear it.
Also, because you mentioned the church scene, you know what? I got a little prayer I wanted to say for everyone.
Oh, this.
Oh,
Oh yeah, no,
do you know?
I'm definitely with the old boy there.
Jesus this, Moses that, Abraham hit me with the wiffle ball bat.
Yeah,
There we go, there's the prayer.
I liked it. I think it was good.
That was good, yeah. I feel
Right on the
my
mark.
soul feels refreshed. Full of spiritual enthusiasm.
All right, we're just gonna sit here playing with each other, or are we gonna get on the road?
It's raining.
Like something whatever stopped you.
Dark as shit. And I'm intending to loot, and I've got no battery, and you know the headlamp.
Oh, I got an extra battery. On the ground. You know, I actually went up in the tower thing and I found the battery.
Well, that was good to find.
So,
we should head out then.
yeah, what do you say we, truck and Gunta?
Play in
We'll go 2 and 2s?
Play. Let's make sure we have radiators and you know what we need in case we come across vehicles. So we're keeping an eye out for.
Does she want to go put water in the radiator for the truck?
Yeah, go water up the radiator in the truck, please.
All right, I'll just step out right into the well. That's like. Oh wait a minute. It's not fucking there.
No, it's cool. Just take one of the jerry cans and it's water and you can just pour it into the truck.
Why am I the one doing it? It's raining.
You know, just being a team player.
Oi.
Also check the blinker fluid.
Yeah. McDougal says check the blinker fluid. You know the funny thing is, like, she just did that last night and like learned that there was no radiator in there. Also, did you used to have a well up here? No? For some reason, like we're all thinking like there was a well up here. What are you looking for? Yeah, just you gotta put it in the right truck though.
I can go in a truck.
Do we have anything like extra like car parts we want to bring at all?
Got extra radiator.
We should probably grab both these jerry cans. Alright, so we just need to grab one of the out of the jerry cans out of this truck, put in the other one. And then also may want to also like keep like a spare headlight bulb. I'm gonna throw an extra like just a spare one into the truck.
Take that battery.
Oi.
Or we could take this battery too if we really wanted.
I would, yeah, just so somebody doesn't come up here, pop in a spark plug and drive away. At least make them work for it a little bit.
Wait, Dougal.
I don't... What was she putting in this one? Oh, I think you're putting the spare parts in the wrong truck. Not, well, not you. Well, do you mean to grab that spark plug and headlight bulb? Okay, because like you were, I did notice you kept going to this one, and I'm like, also I think you only need like one radiator spare because the trucks don't take one. Just making sure. I think I watched Will pull it out. Yeah, click.
Which outpost or city are we hitting first?
I don't know.
Well,
I
Obsidian's
didn't realize you
closest,
were
right?
so cold.
Oi.
Do we want to just like hit up Obsidian because it's right next to us?
Oh, you mean Salatina? Or are you talking Krasnavez?
Military Obsidian? It's before Krez.
Isn't that just a checkpoint?
Aye, it's
Is
a
it?
tiny little checkpoint.
Oh, never mind then. We could probably go to this. Satina's more like that's just a regular like town though.
Aye,
What are we
it'd
looking to
be good.
grab?
No leather kits, basic supplies. We may come across a vehicle, but we could just cut through it and then head out to
we also
military
need like
Bosk.
well like mill gear. We do need key cards.
I'm thinking that, you know, that far northwestern military. We haven't been up there.
Northwest one or the northeast one?
Oh, northeast.
Tiskovitz.
Oi.
If we go up that way, we could check out that what is that, the Asgard castle?
Oh, hi.
I don't know if have we ever been in there. I don't remember that.
No. Actually, you know, we could go check out that one town in the northeast where I always found really good stuff.
Zvina?
I don't know. There wasn't like an actual any roads besides dirt roads.
I think on the map now, like that whole place up in that northeast corner, there's actually like kind of built out.
Yeah, up there.
I'm bringing us an extra leather kit. You know, knowing how much we got pummeled around yesterday.
All right, so what are we gonna just do? Like just head right to maybe Tiskovitz, then right up to Svina?
Oi.
And then
Oh, see, I'm not the only one. You're just as cool.
I mean, we could huddle together for warmth.
Oh, I mean, we're about to get in a car.
I mean, I'm just gonna
toasty.
get in the car there. Like, I mean, I appreciate the offer.
Well, I guess we'll go to the Northeast Military first. Is that what we were thinking, or?
Yeah, we'll go to Tiskvis, then we'll go to Svena, maybe then down to like Rabbit.
Oi,
Yeah.
what station are we all gonna be hovering about?
If we need it, I'm on 96, but if we really need to for quick ones, we got through the comms.
Alright, if we get separated, we just pop on our radios to 96.
Till the batteries die.
Why's the hood up?
I have no idea.
Did she try to fill up the radiator again? Is that why it's up?
You'd have to ask her, but I think she might have.
Yeah, I guess. So.
Did you want me to pop out and like give you like some directions? You just keep real close to that one. That, and I think we have to drive through Slatina, so there's probably a well there.
Turn your headlight off.
Unless we were to go like through like that Seymour thing. Because you could take that road over to get to Tiskvis. Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying like, yeah. But then I think we have. I mean, that one jerry can has water. We could just drop a chlorine tab in it if we really need it. And I have a water bottle in the canteen full at the moment. Is that so you can just hop out and shoot somebody? Did LB get off for the night? Yeah, we kind of kept a lot of us up late. I think I'm on 5.5. Without earplugs, its truck is so loud. Yeah, I think that's what I thought it was something bigger than that, but I mean, it'd be a quick hit up.
I don't know if they're stopping or not.
I think he's.
Oi,
Hey, we want to run through it real quick. It's not big.
oi.
Is that what you said about that girl you picked up at the bar?
Wow. How'd you know about that?
MBG head strap.
I met
Right.
Olga.
Baby, a can and smoke.
Alright, well, I mean, that works too.
Hey, does anybody else want an extra canteen?
One good.
I'll grab it anyways.
762.
We want a messed up gas
308
mask.
rounds.
How bad is it?
Badly damaged.
Can we fix these?
Oi,
Yeah,
I've got
some
us
epoxy, I
one
believe.
kit.
Yeah, we're gonna need them.
What did you
Oh
find?
no, your tire repair kit, I think.
Gas mask.
Oh, gas mask. I don't know if we took any kits with us.
Well, we don't really need it right now, but we'll fix it up when we get back.
A box of Tracer 308s. Night vision head strap.
Extra
What have you
sneakers. Anybody? Do we need an extra pair of sneakers?
Are they red?
No.
No, they're not red. No. Wow, yeah, she just went up and got it for not even gonna bring it up for the class. Oh, that's right. She has wireless headphones. She can still hear us. I mean, yeah. They can, yeah. I mean, we might as well, like, any medical will hit up. I swear my shoes take so much damage getting out of the truck.
So Longhorn over here. I mean, it's damaged, but it's
All right, come on, right there. Well, no, because it teleports you to like the roof of the truck, so then you fall. I can try it, yeah.
We forgot us a bandage, codeine, and NBC boots.
Because I'm wondering though if it is like having, you know, like it's taking into account like distance, then like, hey, look at that, come on, boots. Hey, Brownie. How's your night going? Where's the, like, where's the prompt? Right, oh.
I'm popping some extra bandages and medical supplies back here.
Hey. Oh, come on. And then that's a spare. What in the world?
Some kind of hippie garbage.
Oh, it has a little more of like that, like new age, like rock emo thing.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
new
it's
age
hippie
rom
garbage.
com.
It says love.
But it has a frowny face in the O. So it's like, oh, you know, love.
Oh, love, yeah, love, love.
Okay, well, alright, fine. If they're sad about love, that means it's emo garbage, which is worse than hippie garbage.
Oh, there's even an upside down cross on his shoulder.
It also says peep on his shoulder.
And then it's like,
What do you think?
and then like down like the knuckles, you have like
X.
no,
P,
that's
V?
that's you know, the spades, a heart, like cards.
But what are the letters?
X C. I have no idea.
Maybe they're Roman numerals.
And oh, there's an upside down cross too.
Yeah, what is that on the other arm? It's like an M, a backwards K, and an H?
And then a bunch of hearts. It's supposed to be hearts.
That's not even. Oh, wait. No, it's YKW. Upside down.
Oh,
What does that mean?
yeah, no, that's.
This is
You know
stupid.
what?
I don't like it.
I have more questions than I have answers for right now.
What's that, Dougal?
Hey, what's up, Dougal?
What?
Oh, we thought you
I
had.
thought you said you know what.
So I took the door off. We'll see what happens.
That's what YKW stands for.
Oh, you know what?
Possibly.
Oh, I get it. I get it now, yes. You know what?
What if it stands for you kill women?
Then they're missing many opportunities of other murder.
Well, so far I didn't get tossed to the roof yet, but
I mean, I might have to do when I drive.
well, we'll find out. I wonder, yeah. Then I like, because I have to like get thrown, my shoes are just end up taking more damage than everybody else's over time. Like it like pushes me up. You're open for more Disney? I'm actually like, I think I hit level, close to, like, I might be close to level 30. I spent almost an entire day playing that. Alright, ready to find out?
I go for it.
No, look at that. And then extra bullets.
I'll take the scope.
Yeah, I ended up spending like an entire day just playing Dreamlight Valley.
A couple rounds of ammo that were in it.
Got a bunch done though in that day. Like I got the restaurant open. Like I got Remy. I have a door open to go see Wally. I started working on the quest for Elsa, the whole like Frozen stuff. I might as well hit PD. We're gonna go buy it. How about, okay, so we'll hit fire, they hit PD. Well, that's twice now that yeah, I've just put on the ground. So it must be the door. So maybe I'll just toss the door out? I really, really need that. Taking the door off, I haven't been tossed to the roof. So something's weird with the truck doors. Does that M-Lock have a mag? If it has the mag, I'll take the mag. We're good then. No idea what that means. It just means that, you know, I've progressed in, you know, my little town. I get the whole like story part. Apparently, it's only supposed to take like it's only supposed to take like 50 hours or something like that. But I feel like it's good. You know, that game like alone will take a lot longer overall. Did one of you guys drop something in the street? Is that what I think it is? Yeah, marbles could literally kill us all right now, by the way. Oh, you can't move? I'll say we don't even know where you are. Marbles, are you about to throw that? Oh, I thought you like were squaring up to toss that. What is this?
There's a mag and some ammo.
That seems like a horrible thing to do, is have a pox bomb in your cooking pot that you drink from. You're just asking to get poisoned. Yeah, why not? They wear out so fast. Just chug them. You miss Banov? It's been kind of like a nostalgia run so far. I mean, if I was a small store owner, like, yeah, that's kind of, you know, that's a piece. You walk in, you're like, you really want to do this? Do we need animals? Stay right there. Just, there's 3 in the field if you guys want to snipe them. I'm gonna take that very first one on the far left.
Gotten closer. That was back and forth.
Yeah. Well, we got one of them. They take all the way off. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, they are long gone by now. They did do a pretty big update for like this one. I was looking at it actually like a little more, and they got the Steam page for it. And like he added like even like more roads, more forests. So even though there's actually like a ton of new like POI and like hidden caves, like there's also just new roads and stuff all around. Really need it. Is it down the street? Could it be epoxy then? I really don't need all that. Wait. That's 45. I'm not even using 45. Huh. So it just like took a couple tries.
Yeah. All the 357s for the Deagle.
Was that your seat then?
We do. You want to just run around, loot the town for 10
So
minutes?
I did this straight road down here. I already hit all the houses lining it.
I mean, I went that way, and then there was like a curve, and I didn't go down the curve of houses.
I mean, we can
Well,
also
we've
keep
got
driving
the-
and just we'll take a nap in the woods.
Like,
Yeah, I think we just keep on heading out, and then when it gets closer, we'll just nap time in the woods. I think with at least with the vanilla settings, it will kick you out of the town, but it means that the vehicles would be stuck in here. Which Brownie, if you want to run with us, like last night there was a bunch of us. We're all just like holding up at like McDougal's old place. We waiting for them to go by.
I mean, I thought he would.
Wow, look, just speeding just down the road like that. Can you believe it? There's animals right.
Isn't that cows?
There's a ton of cows. We can just pull right over. I think Dougal's gonna run them over. I think Oh, there goes the other one. He's running. You got it running.
Get her.
I didn't need to shoot, but I did it anyways. The guy right there. There he is. I was like, where did he go? Time for a meat explosion. Really? I got 3 pieces of fat and only 2 meat off this one cow. Apparently that was the perfect way of doing it because that gave like no meat. I mean, the fat's still good though, because it has vanilla values. Am I wet? I am. I mean, I know. As long as your immunity's high enough. Or a vitamin. Either full white or a vitamin. And then snack away, because the guts are... There's a lot of nutrients actually in the guts. Like a stupid amount. I don't know where I am completely. I have like full apples, but that doesn't mean immunity enough. Yeah. You did in the road. Wrong server. Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh, it's right there. Oh, that Gunter can get there. If Dougal just guns it. Remember, it's gonna kick. You have 3. It's gonna kick in 3 because it does the whole 1 minute thing. So you got 2 minutes. Are you wait?
You just couldn't wait to get your hands on that mushroom tip, could you? I saw you. You just greedily took it in your hand.
Wait, I mean, you know, it's free food just laying about the ground.
Like, you want this one too?
Is it rotten?
Actually, maybe no. You don't want that one.
That one's a little spotted.
Oi.
I don't think we have time for that. Yeah. True.
Oh, what a sight.
That mushroom,
That's
that
just
just spawned in, didn't it? Oh, you did. Oh, okay. I'm like, did that just like right in front of our face? It actually also, if you're actually on like a vanilla server too, and you have like vanilla setting, like, if you get sick from like anything, if you can slow eat guts to push yourself into full immunity to heal yourself.
Yeah,
Didn't even get to say something. We were like we were both ready for it, like, and then server. Like you got hit already, or? Alright, gotcha. You pick up the AUG. Yeah, no, it was a really nice one for our first find. Right. And we well, no. So the list that like McDougal sent us in chat was like part of it. I looked at the Steam page so to find out like the actual like just the edited stuff, and it did add more forest and like 300 kilometers of road. Was this road here? Yeah, there's like 300 kilometers of new road. Servers up. It persisted after a restart? Oh, well, I mean...
Why am I always wet?
Maybe you should see a
it sounds
doctor?
like a personal problem.
What? Like I didn't.
Do
It
you
rained
need some of
hours ago.
these? I mean, there's a rag.
I mean, they're always useful.
I mean, I know I'm a little damp. Just, just a little moist.
Yeah, so am I.
You just throwing meat at me? Like, no, a dirty rag. That looks used.
Well, it's just
That's a
beat
sanitary issue.
You can't just go throwing, used rags at people.
I mean, it's not used. It was just, from a cut up old shirt.
That somebody probably used?
You want some spaghetti?
Oh, pass. Oh.
Was the spaghetti inside the intestine?
The intestine is the spaghetti.
Could be.
Wait, if you found spaghetti inside intestines, that's just straight up parasites. You
Well, like
should
a
drop that.
tapeworm?
Oi.
Oh well. Maybe you could tell me. Is it tapeworm? I don't know why you don't like spaghetti.
I don't.
I read
I
this
don't know
article once.
if I'm not probably not good enough to eat it. I would.
I read this article once. This woman had intense pains in her gut for like 2 years, and she finally went in, and it was a full-on tapeworm that had wormed its way and grew inside her intestine, and it was like 35 feet long.
And that reminds me of the story about this woman that she thought she had heartburn or was having a heart attack. And it turns out when she went to the hospital, she had a dead fetus inside of her. She never knew she was pregnant, and it was there for like 40 years.
The tablet just became like a tumor.
Hey, what do you think?
Probably.
It's an improvement.
Yeah, like my hay.
Yeah, it reminds me, of Marco.
Polo.
Yeah, he said it was his Tina Turner hair.
Listen, it's been a day, all right?
What sort of day? Didn't you just wake up?
I know. I woke up. It means it's been a day.
Oh, you meant you're being literal. All right.
Yeah, it's Boogie. We should probably just head straight to the Millie. You don't know you'll miss like the earplug mod until you don't have the earplug mod. The Tizzlevic. It is a pretty big one. Oh, Rabbit has a lot of the mouth tents too, doesn't it? Is Rabbit always gassed? Yeah, the stuff on Zam is colored differently, but you can also like hover over them and it'll like pop up to show you like what you're looking at.
Looks like a Japan flag. Oh, that's the end of the world.
You saw Amberella mention the AirPod mod. I also put it into the CZ like team chat. This is the road, yeah, where I try to get the Yoga up there and like I just kept trying. Oh, we had to go like a completely different direction, I think. And the entire time I was trying to get up this road, I think I was like, if we had a truck, we would just gone up it. You don't know me. But yeah, even if he's gonna like, if the plan is like keep this pretty much vanilla and like really low on the mod side, I would say like earplugs and maybe even notes. But at least earplugs. Oh, they didn't. No, left. They're down the road. Left. Yeah, no, that part of the hill, it just was not gonna go. You give me enough speed, I'll get up there with it, Olga. I think it was like around one of these times too, we're like, yeah, we definitely need like the surface mod just so we can actually, the Olga can go places. Or actually, it could end up making it worse because you can't shift into gear. You need like a lower gear. Though with the way they have that new handling, anyways, maybe the Olga will do better, just normally. I mean that with their new I mean that plus like the way they're doing like the new vehicles. That's kind of freaky. Did you kill a spider? Okay, but if you had a, if you had like a wolf spider on you, like, wouldn't you really know that? Because isn't that kind of like having a cat on you? Like, that's not just gonna crawl on your hand. Like, that's trying to become your best friend. And don't they even like, if they get a chance, like they'll even like eat mice? You didn't kill it? What is a brown widow? Oh yeah, like we have like a brown like recluse spiders around here, but look, what's a brown widow? Isn't that kind of like a recluse? Is it the same spider with just a different naming? Yeah. So so a brown recluse and a brown widow were actually two different ones. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm glad McDougal's also on the same wavelength I'm on there. Like you touch it, then all they just release everything. That's why you're supposed to just burn it all down with fire, you know? See, I don't think they all need to be saved, you know? Because there's ones that, you know, they'll bite, but no, they're not, you know, like, it'll just be painful a bit. Those are fine. You keep those. No, it's paved to be fine. You just stay in like around first, second gear. You know, you hold shift the entire time. Keep in your red line. You go out, you know, keep the car at an angle a little bit. You'll be fine. I would if there was a, yeah, he's right. If there was a push mechanic, I mean, I'd have someone behind the wheel for like steering and the other person pushing the car. Like, listen, we're getting up this hill. We're getting there. Was that wolf thing new? I don't actually remember this like squiggly road. It might have been the whole thing. This might have been dirt before. I don't remember. Hey, what was that?
Well. See the helipads on the right.
Oh yeah, I see it up there. Okay, to be fair, we talked about killing Finley a lot, so. So who knows? I mean, it could have been one of the, one of the times, one of the ideas. I really don't actually know if the locomotive made this hill.
Where did you park?
He's parked to the right.
Right over there.
He's bringing a bush.
We just parked in the bush.
Want to park on the opposite side of the bush, or are we going in?
We're going in.
All right, we're going in.
We'll cover you.
If we don't run them over.
And we're parking here.
And we're parking here. Oh, well, apparently I'm on the roof again.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. Hey, Brownie. Thank you for that. I believe that actually makes you number 1. That's just a hood.
So
hate this
quiet
building.
out here.
It is a little bit, yeah. I appreciate that. You are the first subscriber.
Is the lack of the dead a little concerning? You think this place was...
Maybe it was gassed.
I don't know.
There is kind of a lack, yeah, of zombies up here. Holster. Nice. Now you get a cool badge. Let's go in there. Yep. Yeah, now I can actually also get like emotes and stuff too now. Well, the only thing I can't do anymore is I can't do like the dual streams to YouTube at the same time anymore. I think that's already in here. For a second there, I didn't know if that was actually just somebody like put a landmine. That could have been real bad. We'll grab that. No. I think that may have just pinged a bunch of them for doing that. I try to keep up with those YouTube shorts. And also some of like the TikTok ones as well. So I've noticed too a little bit like that. There's like some of the clips do like really well in the YouTube shorts, and then they won't do very well on like TikTok, and then sometimes you get like the opposite. I'll grab that for somebody else. They might not have one yet. Why are you there, Daisy? Ah, jacket. For the 45, I don't want that. I just want the. I do want those though. Nice. It's good find. Got one more NPC jacket. You know what? We don't actually need that. I'd rather have that. I bet you that stuff's also inside of them. Are you using the AUR mag? It takes the 5.56 40x45. You want another mag, or do you want just the bullets? Yeah, I'm not. I've only really started kind of messing around, like with TikTok and all that. We want a fishing pole? Like, we haven't. I'm just gonna leave it because we haven't needed to fish yet. Stamina is overrated. Marbles, I found your black field backpack. I got a pistol holster. I know I have a belt. I'm just saying if somebody wants a pistol holster, I have an extra one now. It's like the timing worked out perfect for you. Wait, I'm going back. I go back and forth. I'm getting like myself confused in this building. No, I picked one up, then I dropped it because I'm like, do we really need to carry an extra? Really? I guess I'll pick up that other one. One of the medical tents. Does anybody want another black field backpack? Anybody? Okay. I'm in a ballistic, so you good over there? Okay. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, you know, looting, scooting, shooting dead ones.
Hey, Dougal right here. Inside is the canteen, pistol holster. Alright, I hit up these. I didn't hit up this building right here though. So anything down this line,
I can clear tough.
I God, doing this with the field backpack though, it's like so hard for me to see. I'm like to hurt my head like, what is this? Hey, Lance. How's your day going? What do we got here? Bullets. The loot goblin squad? That's how we do it.
Just a mag up here.
So far I've gotten like bullets. Yeah, like
It's
just like
a
loose.
K mag. I grabbed it up.
I don't even know if we need the.
meet up,
I don't even know if you want the mag. Just take the bolts out of it.
Well, once I meet up, I'll just spoil everything I found right in the center for everyone to take a peep at.
Yeah, I'm just throwing like everything I find in the bag for marbles. I've been in there. This zombie.
Oi.
This zombie in the other one. It's not. Never mind. Dougal, did you get this one building that was next to us when we started looting? All right, you go top.
Oi.
It's going. Kind of, kind of feels nice, not to be sick, so that I can actually, manage your stream. Hey, I just got you another 10.
Nothing up here. Not even a helmet.
I got a nice big old tent.
Are you able to carry it?
Yeah, threw it in the bag I got from Marble. He's gonna have to figure out what he's doing us to do with it.
Oh, I imagine I want to just pop it in his truck.
I got him a bag. I'm filling it.
I'm filling up the vest we're giving him too. I found another head strap for NVGs.
All right, that's not bad.
Well, that makes 3 if we get one more and just locate MVGs.
I am. There you go. Alright, so this building probably got hit.
Bye, Dougal.
I don't know if we did this one. You wanted to, you do top, I get bottom?
Bye.
Yeah, the lack of Zeds is like interesting. Really makes me wonder though if the Zeds have been relocated into like for like dynamic spawns into like certain areas. Well, not everybody answer at once now. Oh, wow.
Nothing upstairs again.
It wasn't much.
Dougal.
Yeah, I have Discord muted, just, you know.
I'm taking top again.
I got bottom.
Bye.
Yeah, I left it muted just because, you know, not everybody wants to be on stream.
You know, if you take top, sometimes it's good cardio.
I don't know, I'm all about that bottom.
I just mean you have to run up all those stairs each time.
So you were confused at first? It can sound confusing, yeah, because you're missing like a whole other like half of a conversation from it.
Absolutely nothing. Not to scrap. Nothing to scoff at.
I got like a couple extra bullets, yeah. And maybe a boonie hat, but
Not even a helmet up here. Well, could be your brother, or he hit them up.
no, I
hit this up.
All right, well that answers that one.
Nobody wants a helmet, do they?
Oh no, not my style.
That was your boom? You're like on the like opposite side around of here. Same thing.
Oi. Since you're so fond of the bottom.
I mean, hey, you seem to enjoy, you know, being on top this. So like,
I just offered. No, I'm faster on my feet.
you know, I don't want to argue with somebody about their preferences, you know.
Not a preference. I'd be worried about you tripping over your own feet with all that, you know, gilly in your face.
Hey, I can see perfectly fine. Leave my Tina Turner hair out of this, all right?
Alright, how many fingers am I holding up?
Well, how am I supposed to hear above me? I'm gonna guess 3 though.
I think 1.
Is it the middle finger? The other truck doesn't have a battery, does it? So you should grab that battery. You're back. Marvel's your backpack that I'm carrying is like just weighing me down here. Not really sure which buildings.
Sim and your brother's been here. Just guesswork by the dead zombie on the roof. Oh, there he is now.
Oh yeah, look at that. We're both, there's at least two of us here. McDougal wasn't too far behind. Look, you can get gas here. There's like bison outside. Is this the word? The bison you used? Yeah, because it's outside and it's empty. I was gonna go in that building, then I saw that bison. I'm like, nope. Hey, when you get done with that building, I got your bag out here.
Well, I haven't even started checking it. I mean, I'll leave that up to her.
You want to take a peek?
Oh, wait, taking
good. You put that in it. Well, you like being on top, huh?
No, he just kept picking the bottom. So I just, alright, I'll run him up the stairs.
You did, yeah. Hey, do you see why that was weighing me down now?
Because you picked up a military tent that I left on the road, or is this another one you found?
Oh, that was another one that I found.
Oh, that's great. We got more too then. I didn't check any of these cars. I also didn't check that industrial area.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's been over to industrial yet.
Oh wait, this is a car right here. There's a red Sarsha.
It looks like it needs wheels. 2 wheels. Spark.
This wreck has a wheel.
It needs a spark and a battery. I have the spark plug. And we brought an extra battery, didn't we? That's a lot of loot in one truck.
I need. Does it have a trunk?
This meat is. I think it has water in it already too. Like, if you jump in there, let me know. Like, if you. Like,
If you look in my bag real quick, you can find a gun holster for your belt.
I already got one already.
Oh. What do you want, a snack? I got spaghetti.
I just know you like. He put his bag down. He's like, I got spaghetti.
There's another door. Does it need? Oh, that's a gun.
It is a gunted. You know, I wouldn't mind though. A gunted would be nice though if we could find another gunted. Want to go do industrial? Did anybody else hit up industrial or no?
You can go. I'm gonna go make my way back towards the truck.
Oh, you already hit up industrial? Alright.
Marbles. You have room.
Do you need a gun holster?
Oi. Thank
I
you.
don't really know if we need another tire kit, but I'll grab it.
I don't think it needs that, but I took the bolts out of it.
Well, I'm gonna take the Pedic Industrial. Isn't it over here?
Dougal already hit it.
Oh, right.
So, I think we can pretty much work our way back. We'll grab that tarp.
It's two.
Yeah, use it for shelters. Like the Rex.
Wait, I have to drop this tent to pick up that wheel.
Hey, actually, you already put one of these on, didn't you?
I already put the trunk on it.
Well, listen, I was
have the trunk.
I was just getting excited. Can I take the?
I mean, you can grab the tarp.
I guess we gotta grab that.
Go put it in the car.
Oh, I make the lady carry the heavy thing.
You know, you're the one who grabbed it, you know. Oh, we got here. Oh, this way. I think it actually might have water already in it. I'll have to look again. I always get confused on the way the dials work with like the fuel and like the water because they go like opposite. I know I don't. Listen, I actually have stamina. So yeah, doesn't have water. I was wrong. Yeah, I'd look at the dials. I'll be like, no, it's the opposite. Best I can do. It's pretty empty on the water too. Like all I got is like a canteen. And then I still need that battery. Well, I do have Lance in chat, and he did call us the Loot Goblin squad. Actually, while I'm waiting for them to do that, I
This is the oddest fever dream I've ever had, I think.
You got anything you might want to dump off into the trunk here? Also, if you see ammo that you might want or need, go ahead and take it. Oh, that is. No. I think McDougal, I think you said you had what, a red one? That's what was that? That was area 3? Area 2. Oh, so you did find out like area 2 is Zajenkov? Alright. And Jankov? Oh, that's right. The one I need? Oh, I have food in there. I should be heating this food up.
I miss the snow.
Well, why? It's cold. It gets everywhere. It's freezing. I gotta wear a really big coat.
It's beautiful, it's quiet. It makes the world just this silent blanket.
Make a little bit of room there.
Would you like this here, Spite? I'm not one for sodas.
This year I'll knock it back. I got good spite.
You're the loudest fucking drinker I've ever heard.
What?
Do you just like, you
know,
just inhale it, you just like widen your throat like,
yeah,
you know, as you're drinking.
You know, you look up a little bit, you just open your throat and just let it all down.
You don't even savor the flavor at all. You just torque it down like a duck. Just, you know,
Well, no, I tasted it. It was good.
what does it taste like then?
Like a really old soda. And it rains. You did this. You did this.
What? Ow.
You did this.
Not some sort of magic.
I'm sitting in the car.
witchy toy.
It's raining out.
All right.
And apparently my shoes are a little messed up. Need more duct tape.
I've got leather.
I feel like I'm like,
they don't look messed up to me.
oh, on my eyes they do. But for whatever reason, I seem to like go through my shoes a lot faster than everybody else.
Oh no, you're not the only one. I whip through these suckers, but I'm running everywhere. Well, don't want to get wet. Just to be clear, you know, they didn't get distracted and forget about this whole venture of the circa, right?
Oh, definitely not. They never get distracted. Those guys, like, they're right on the task, you know, right in the money.
Well, I just remember we lost you and your brother for a good, you know, almost 2 hours yesterday. Just meeting at a gas station like 30 feet up the road.
Hey, you know, we showed up when we needed to.
I mean, we needed you far earlier. We were just sitting on our ass, just, you know, cooking up steaks.
Why were you just sitting on your ass? You guys should have been working.
We were waiting for you. You don't have any gas.
I mean, we had gas.
Oi, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, we were good.
Oh, I see you're one of them types. Alright.
Hey, what do you mean one of them types?
You know, that very unique personality type that you see at the end of the world, you know. All for me, just for me.
I mean, it's been working out for me.
Like, I'm square. What's it to anybody else?
Yeah, it's been working out for me though. I'm alive, ain't I?
Has it then? Yeah, you're alive. Are you happy?
I'm always happy. Unless it's cold. I hate the cold.
Ah, you're quite happy popping off shots at random passerbys.
Well, I'm the most cheerful person you're ever gonna meet.
Not slipping into bouts of insanity, hearing voices at all. Yeah, that's quite happy.
What are you talking about?
Absolutely settled.
Listen, I haven't ever, heard voices, since the last time I took, some good psychedelics.
Oh, aye.
Are you, still working your way down here? I see you. As soon as I said that too, I looked over and saw you driving down. Hey, look at that, see? See, look at him.
Oh, my God. I'm
No.
not the best conversationalist. This was getting awkward.
Awkward, what? I was just sitting there. Why was it awkward?
No, I'm not saying, like, that you were awkward.
She just called me awkward.
That I... No, I
can't
meant
believe
to
this.
apologize
Apparently I'm awkward.
for what I... No,
Your jerry can has no water in it.
Jerry can. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't realize I had to get water. Like, hopefully
Oh,
he
the
did.
Sarka.
There's gas over there. I'm gonna go fill up though.
Gas,
I
yeah,
forgot
gas,
he was in
yeah.
The Gunter here.
Dougal, did you have water or gas in your... Your jerry can?
I think it's gas.
Shit.
The Gunter one has gasoline. I thought the one in the truck had the water, but...
And Marbles is filling his up with gas right now too. That's a Doug mod. Does the pot have to be empty? I don't think that's a thing.
I don't know, water sources out here.
Alright, fill with water. Do it. Do it. Do it. Nope.
You ever hear about, turkeys drown themselves by looking up as it's raining and going, oh.
Are you calling me a turkey? Wow, first I'm awkward, now I'm a turkey. I'm offended.
No,
I am so offended.
no, it was just,
I can't believe it. I'm so offended.
No, it was just,
No,
interesting
it's fine. No,
factoid.
it's fine. Yeah, you said. I get it. You said it. It's
Like
I'm
turkeys
a
drowning themselves in the
drowning
rain.
turkey.
His brain is so small, they just drown.
No, I'm a drowning turkey. I get it.
Google's got the right idea.
Yeah, those will fill with water. Slowly, but fill. There is water in like the middle of this millie. It's like right in the middle of the map. Like really like right in the middle of the millie.
Already wet again.
Join the club.
I can just straight off.
How much gas you got now?
Hey, take a peek.
Oh, that's pretty full. I'm gonna go fill the jerry can back up anyway.
Was it gas or water? Because Google had the
With gas.
gas.
We have cooking pots and canteens if we can find a water source.
Yeah, the water has to be running in some ways.
I'm assuming towards the center, right? So we just go back into southwest.
It was like the center, but like the northern part of the center.
Okay, so we go south.
I don't. Did Dougal go for the water source? Because you guys were right. We were literally right next to it. Well, come back to that wall where you just ran from. If you're looking at the truck, it's in the woods right by the truck where the truck is facing. I saw the reeds. I'm like, I'm gonna go look over here. Yeah, you found it. That's it was kind of hidden right there. You know, if we actually put enough water in those barrels, drop a chlorine tab, that's just good water we can have like all the time. Wait, where do you put the... Oh. That's when you eat spaghetti. I think I heard just a heli kind of from the distance though. Yeah. It's might actually be going kind of in the direction we were going to be going. Because if we leave here and then continue heading up east, might end up seeing it. Was that just blow up the gas station? Oh, is that full? It is. Well, jeez. Well, the saga's good to go. Hey, you got more incoming there. We think we're pretty much cleared out around here.
Whose radio's on the ground here? Oh. Well, the hat's up to you.
Why do you go there?
Hey, it's a hat. You know.
Hey,
Maybe you could try
twinsies.
to give it to my brother.
Oh, you can't ring him out.
No, you can't.
Here you are, Crow.
Why would I want that?
You know what? Your brother.
You don't wanna look like me?
He said to try it.
Why would I want to look like you? Weirdo.
Fine.
Oh, no, I think it's nice. Look, see, fine.
I mean, yeah, go for it. Weirdo.
What?
What? There we go. Going. Look at the map.
Then where are we going?
We're heading down to
I thought
Savannah,
we're-
right?
Oi, yeah, that far north.
And then there's apparently there's a place above Savannah now. I don't think I have headlights in here. Hey, what's the hold up around here? Ah, shit, is this a checkpoint? I got your papers.
You just bust through it.
Listen, I promise I'll bring the papers back tomorrow. The marbles turned on the air. I was gonna tell you to turn on the dirt road. I didn't know if you had seen us or not. Go straight to jail? Is it cheating if I don't even know the game that we were playing though? Exactly. So then is it technically cheating? Oh, hold on, are you talking about a night of Monopoly or Life? Because one of those goes on forever, one actually ends. That was actually also really dark for me to say, because Life does end and Monopoly's about capitalism and it kind of keeps going. What game's that? There is a, depending on if people actually have like a tabletop simulator. So I don't necessarily know if we want this or if we just want to take the battery and like spark. It's like, might as well just strip it down. Well, actually, while we're here, we should cook. More 22. Anybody using 22s? I mean, it kind of would, but I kind of like, I mean, the Sarka has speed though. So I can just like zoom up a hill. I kind of like the Sarka better too, because the Adas have a weird, like, field of view. But we know it's here, so we could always, you know, return for it anyways. We should, yeah. See if we can squeeze in just a little bit more. Close. Grab all that fat. Well, that's the mortar going off, but we don't know what's gonna land.
So, what's for dinner?
A lot of meat.
A lot of meat.
Spaghetti.
I need to bring out.
I don't know if we need those. Actually, no, we'll put that on there. That's a spare for me. Do we need these cult mags? I'm not, but I'm just gonna take the bolts out of it. So many random things already in this car. These I can use though.
Yeah, I know. You're checking on my legs. That's fine.
Whoa, hey.
No, I wasn't expecting
What?
I
Dinner
got
it's just dinner in the show.
firewood.
What? Why is she talking about wood?
No, I got firewood.
You want to check out the pork here? You want to see my pork?
Okay.
Maybe a
keep
nice
an eye
fat
out.
beefsteak?
Outside.
I got a log for you. Oh, I'm gonna drop a log.
Look, I don't know who's mainly cooking, but yeah, you know, you watch it.
I think Dougal kind of has a hand on this one. Oh, I didn't know you actually can't ring those out. Oh god, everything's like shifting. Damn, so that's almost done. What else we got here? Why's that? like how there's like so many items that are in my bag that are all like, I have so many damp items in my inventory right now. Do things not dry off inside your inventory? Everything is like damp in here. It's, yeah, no, it's still raining. And even though I just dried off, I'm gonna get wet again. So we have two of us that can see rain, two of us who don't. Oh, that's what I meant. Like, you and I see rain, and then it seems like McDougal and yeah, it's a little hard to tell. Got so much meat in here, you could probably like drive around just feeding freshies. Forceful trades. We don't claim this one.
No, kiddo, you got some guts.
I'll say it.
This entire time we're cooking up all this meat and his marbles over there just chewing down on guts. Oh, he did. He dropped the bag and he was like, "You hungry?" can't wait for Marbles to come out here and just see his truck is just littered with meat.
You know, spaghetti in my mouth.
You know, I don't blame you for liking limp, you know, floppy noodles in your mouth.
I mean, who wants to eat
Why
a
would
hard
you-
noodle?
I used to snack on dry spaghetti actually.
Who snacks on spaghetti? Like you just like the crunch?
I
Have you ever been so hungry you just, you know, you started eating the ramen before you cooked it?
No.
Oh, or you know, you crush it up. So you crush it up, and then you put it in a bag and shake it up with the flavor it came with, and just eat it as is.
Okay, I've never done that, but I have just, you know, licked my finger and put in the flavor packet, you know, I just...
Oh yes. Okay, best. Your favorite ramen flavor.
I haven't had them all.
Spicy garlic.
Your spicy garlic.
Yeah, spicy garlic chicken. Comes in a cup. It's great. In my cabinet, I have a teriyaki one, a barbecue Korean one, a spicy garlic chicken flavored. And those are all ramen cups from, like, I think it's Nissan is the brand. Black ramen, is that what, like, the black noodles?
Well, my favorite flavor had been black ramen. You know, it's just the right amount of spice. Normally don't like spice.
So you like it black, huh?
No, it's called like Shin Black, but you call it, you know, just black ramen.
No, I've seen
Put
those.
black things in your mouth.
I've seen those black noodles. They actually look pretty cool.
No, it's not that the noodles are black. It's just packaging is black.
Oh
It's just
no,
basic
there
ramen.
is
It's just,
actually
you
like
know-
there is like an actual black noodle.
Oh, aye, and you cook it up all slimy like.
Like it does
I
look.
don't think I've seen a black noodle. I've seen green noodles.
Oh, no, there actually is. It's like pure black noodle. I thought that was a flash.
Oh yeah, you just reminded me. Where are you going? I need you to hold something for me.
No, you did this yesterday. No.
I think that was the extra cooking pot. Get a little smoky in there. Did we bring any extra head, like, any bulbs?
Aye, in the
did.
truck. Aye, in
Oh, they're in
truck.
the, I did the truck.
Put it there. Oh, that's nice of you, Dougal.
Well, you're never gonna go hungry. Oh, I got a spade. Does everybody have 2?
Yeah.
Alright, we got 1 spade in case somebody crashes. I guess we can call Marbles the meat man.
You don't want to meet the meat man.
I mean, if you look at his truck, he's definitely the meat man.
I'm definitely packing away those intestines, you know.
I mean, if you're definitely packing meat. Just a whole lot of meat.
I mean, you wouldn't know. You're my brother.
I know, we're twins. So much meat.
All in the family, aye?
All in the family.
Alright. Well, now that it's nice and pitch black, I suppose, and we're running up to that place we wanted to see. No. Any changes?
I didn't realize there was going to be vocals for that.
Oh no, what's the plan? We going?
Plan is we need more NBC, you know, that's standing. But
Yeah, yep.
I thought we were going to Savina, and then there's a new place possibly up north from
Yeah,
that.
that antenna place up there. Yeah.
Alright.
Don't. It's fine. Don't worry. Oh, this road's a little lopsidey. That road was all lopsidey. And I'm back here just driving. Oh, I just crashed. No, I came off the bridge and it just... Apparently I just nosedive? I gotta check the car. Oh, I just killed one of my... It killed a headlight bulb. I destroyed one wheel. One's damaged. Yeah, I need another circuit tire. That's... all I did was come off this right here. This... Yeah, it just, like, wrecked it. Yeah, no, it just, that was bad. Jesus, this raid just drive me back and let me just take the Ada. My radiator is badly damaged. Mamos, you want to just drive me back? And maybe we'll just pick up the Ada.
You can probably just drive back in this shitty condition.
With a badly damaged car radiator, isn't it just gonna leak water?
Yeah, but are you really worried about damaging the engine if we're abandoning the vehicle?
Those bridges are, yeah. Well, I'm kind of wondering how far I gotta get back. And then I'm gonna have to fill it up with water. That Ada. Yeah, because your truck's definitely still there. These bridges gotta be scared now. Oh, I'm not making it up this hill. There's not a difference that I think I'm out of water. I have a badly damaged radiator. I'm just leaking water in the Sarka. Well, I'm not anymore. And there's a yellow engine, so I'm not gonna push that. You guys, Marvel, are you turning around? And I have one cooking pot with water. Then there's an extra water pot in your truck too. There is, yeah. Wow, that one bridge just put a damper and everything there. It was a bridge too far, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna cry myself a bridge and then get over it. Listen, needs one more wheel. Might need your truck over here. Nah, more than what I can fit in my dry bag. And yours? Yes. I know there's a ton. That's right. Well, you have the bigger bag too. Yeah, but he I was to say he put her down. Scared me for a second. I thought maybe like all of a sudden he was getting like shot. I was gonna be like, wow, I left him for like a minute and somebody like showed up and just started shooting away. I might have hit right there. All I know is like I was just came right over here and just slammed into like the ground. Yeah, gotta remember that because the batteries don't last as long.
You know, I'm just happy that you're proving how well of a driver you really are.
Yep. So after you were like, that just shows you you're like, that shows your driving skills, and I just see marbles fly through the woods into a tree. Yep. That was probably the worst time for your comment about being, you know, like driving skill comment.
You know, some might say that was karma. How far off the road am I? I don't...
Hey, you went pretty far. You dodged a couple trees, but...
Sorry, I don't normally know any narcolepsy. It just took me. Oh shit, I'm backing into a tree and now there's a tree in front of us. And now this turns into an Austin Powers movie.
So Marbles got us wedged in between two trees. This is going well. I am still streaming. Oh, I've actually had to mute myself because I'm in like a laughing fit. Hey, keep it on the road.
Oh, okay, so, and the way I'm facing now, is that the way we came from, or is it the way we're going?
I honestly don't know. If you see a bridge over there, then yeah, you're going the wrong way. Try to stay awake this time. Well, this looks like the right way.
Doesn't the dirt go directly to the town? Unless they change it, the dirt road should go straight forward.
Did you guys go straight on the road when you came up there? And then they're just right into town.
Okay, don't exit the vehicle.
No, I'm waiting.
Complete stop.
I'm waiting.
Spotted ourselves
Come on,
another black
it's all
hunter.
pristine. It's fine.
Oh, I'm glad yours, seem to like, survive your narcolepsy.
And I found us another barrel.
Oh yeah, was this were we able to find another wheel?
Unfortunately, no. We skimmed it. It has everything but that wheel.
I wonder how far we can get it with
And the spark plug.
put that one wheel in the back.
Well, are we even close to anything that would have other vehicles?
I don't know if you're gonna find anything up with the antenna, but maybe. If it has like a parking lot.
Why? Instead of, you want to risk driving it up there on 3, or just leave it here and then we go up to antenna?
Well, do you think this will drive on 3?
Not very good.
Yeah, we'll just wait then. We'll check antenna and then come back down.
Did you need to fill up on water?
For me personally or for the car?
No, the car's fine for you.
I mean, I got my canteen water bottle.
That red glow over there has the well.
Hey. Snap. You're in chat and in chat. Spite. Did they warn you about that Ada yet? Oh, you can move it. Just don't step in front of it. Oh yeah, I think I threw those in there. But yeah, there may just be a landmine in the front because I was in case anybody tried to steal it from you. Ooh, beans. If anybody tried to steal it from you, they may have been an explosive find. So you pretty much have to, like, if you have to put any parts into it, do it by the side. Oh, then you should be able to back off there pretty easily. As long as your wheel doesn't run over the landmine. So like just back straight out. That's handy. Are you just gonna, you know? Gotcha. Yeah, you can watch Marbles have a narcolepsy fit. Hey, do we want a generator? Nope, that's not going there.
Like, it
Hey, what?
thumping about from about a mile off.
Well, you can see my light?
No, I literally can hear that just cracking and creaking about as you're carrying it.
Yeah, no, it's an old model, you know.
Would you like me to carry it for you?
No, I got it. Just I might need directions though.
You gonna see the light ahead?
I can kind of see it. Yeah, it's kind of it's in my my view.
Oh, I could carry it for you. You know, I just figured you had me carry all the heavy stuff so far, so you had probably seen, you know, weak arms or a bad back.
Oh no,
I didn't assume your age, but
oh no, it's just that you picked up the heavy thing first, and you know I'm not gonna be the guy, you know, who's like, hey, no, I'll carry that for you. No, you do it, you know.
well, should I be more aware of, you know, your fragility? Are you just how old are you?
I'm not really that like what? I'm in like my 30s. I'm not that fragile.
Oh, you're in your 30s.
Like 30s, 40s, you know.
That,
Yeah, you stop counting after a while.
Wait, is it 30 or 40s? I mean, that's quite a big difference between the two.
Not really, you know.
No, it is. You're talking a full decade.
It's not that big.
And then, I believe, you know, gentlemen folk, higher risk of prostate cancer just skyrockets right at 40.
Wow, you just really going dark with that one.
Well, it's just important, you know, health and, yeah,
I mean, there's not really a doctor on here for me to, you know, bend over and cough. Like, I wasn't talking to you.
I do know, Dougal has some medical training.
I don't think McDougal wants to stick a finger at my bum. All right. I'll leave him a spite. Don't do it. Don't do it. Fight that urge. Fight that urge. Oh, it's somewhere's over there.
Hey, Marbles.
I'm sorry, did you just call me Marbles?
I thought he was over here. Oh, there you are.
Do I look anything like Marbles?
Well, I just want to point out.
Then take the compliment.
No. Call me Marbles. Fight it. Fight it. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't think you actually can. No. Or you could... There is that, yeah. So with the fun thing though is the split for the Ko-Fi, they don't take anything. There is a small like processing fee from like part of it, but it's different than like the Twitch sub with like the 50/50. What's a 50/50? We got bear now. I'm cold up here. Oh, Dougal, did you run up to the antenna? Is that what you did? Was there a parking lot up there? Alright. I threw a tire iron actually into your truck. What do we got here, 9 mil? I mean, you can go for it. You would you'd be the second person tonight. The first was Brownie. And they only get to hear half the conversation. It's up to everybody. Wait, I don't know if Snap's answer was like a yes or no. Okay, that's a whole lot different than I don't care. Or like, I'm good. Like, it's like answering yes to to like a multiple choice question. All right, give me a second, and then I will open up my chat. Hey, you couldn't fight it, could you? You couldn't do it. It was too strong. Urge came over you. You stylish. Yeah, you got that stub badge now.
No, not good enough.
Moving up in the world.
But it's okay.
And chat is open so they can all hear you guys now.
And that is really uncalled for. I don't know why you just said that about Brownie.
Oh my God,
Okay,
I need a mom
listen,
moment. Oh,
it
we all have to
happens,
get here. I need
okay?
a mom moment. I need a screenshot up here of everyone, like ASAP.
Listen. He knows what he did.
Also, you don't have to call me ASAP. I don't know why you're that mean.
Oh, you just spill. You just gonna spill that drama, huh? Just you spilling the tea here. Also, when you say you need a photo of everybody, I don't even know where everybody is.
I need everybody here, like immediately.
Where's here? Where's the here?
We're on top of a mountain with a bench that overlooks the entire valley, and it's so pretty. And I need everybody to sit on the
think I'm
bench
just
and I can
watching-
take a cute picture, like right behind.
I think I'm watching marbles just move sheet metal. Oh,
What?
oh, you guys, you made JB sad now, chat.
What? Who made goodness?
I cannot believe it. No, like after all that time, and Wool just had to say that.
What? I didn't say beans about it.
Look, I don't know why you're denying it. Just own up to what you said.
I didn't say. I said we should all get up here to grab a screenshot because I need this mom moment like immediately.
Can't delete my payment messages anymore. No. Oh, there you go.
You guys, we are northeast. If you run towards Antenna and you see like rock formations, if you run along those rock formations, following the river,
I think you have to wait till
north.
Marbles is done putting his sheet metal away.
Why do you have sheet metal?
Because reasons.
We can't build here.
Oh, you want to watch?
Man's gonna get banned.
You never
I'm not gonna
force
get
people.
banned. He's not gonna do any admin shit.
Someone's gonna find out. Make a flag.
It's okay. I'm part of the team chat. I'll just I'll tattle on marbles.
Man building a wall. Banaynay, hope you enjoyed that like $2 I just gave you.
I am going to enjoy your $2.50. Okay.
Yeah, you enjoy that $2? Go buy
$2.50.
yourself like a small frosty from like Wendy's.
Oh, snap! That was so sweet of you.
You know what? I'm gonna take that $2.50 and I'm going to McDonald's. Okay.
Oh shit.
That sounds like a punishment. Why would you do that to yourself?
I'm going to the dollar menu, okay? I'm
If you take that 250 to like Taco Bell, you could eat like a king.
No, bad idea.
Okay, so I'm at the radio thing. Where am I going from here?
Take the 250 to Vegas and triple it.
I like Dougal's
Or lose
plan.
it all.
You're at the tower? Like you ran to the tower?
Well, no,
Okay, we're basically at the tower. Where we going?
yeah.
Uh,
Rock formation, then up the hill.
Now it's time to give Wool a sub. Hold on, just give me a moment.
Straight pretty much east.
yeah.
Yeah, up the hill.
Did you want? Are we supposed to take that trail?
Yeah, that trail comes right here.
Okay, that's super helpful. We'll just take the walking trail.
It's not like I watch your streams that much anyway, so like... Do that for no apparent reason.
Look, he needs someone to look at his stream because earlier I was hearing he has prostate problems.
Okay. Oh, whoa.
Yeah. So that's a thing now.
Listen, just because, you know, Ashling there wants McDougal to give apparently Corvus a proctal exam.
Look, we walked away and she was just like, I don't know why he's so focused on his prostate. It's just like, what? I told you you've been giving yourself exams.
Listen, that's important.
She believed it. She believed it immediately.
Listen, we're in the apocalypse, all right? You gotta, like, you're either, you know, giving yourself the exam or you're somehow getting somebody else to do it. And they're not even gonna be doctor certified. But we're also talking about a world where you're probably also gonna die from just like a common cold.
Yeah, or you get a cut, and it's just like, well, I'm dead now.
Got a cut, paper cut. There's an infection. You're dead.
Sure now. Oh shit, hold on, I cut my arm off, now I'm dead.
I lit a fire on top of the little area. Maybe
Hello? Nah.
smoke.
No, I'm fancy. I'm gonna get a supporter role.
What are they doing up here?
Damn,
I mean, like, when down there working, they're up here just what? Just having a fire and dumping some rocks? Like,
so are we interrupting some sort of romantic date?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we can come back later. Like, oh, look at that. McDougal's on fire.
What? No, I just wait in and wanted to get toasty and
I feel like this is a safety hazard. Where's the railing?
This could be like what is this?
what's life without risk?
I mean,
I know I missed the board game.
I don't know if it's just my head, but I feel like Marbles is also looking down, going, I could totally make that jump.
Yeah, there's water down there.
I did think about jumping, but I don't think the water is deep enough.
I
Oh,
don't
it's
want.
like 2-3 inches.
I don't want to drive your truck either.
Quite a view though, isn't it?
I mean, it's a little plain on that side.
Well, that's no man's land, eh?
Aye. Yeah.
Damn, so that means you can go out there then, right? Because you're a woman?
Aye, yeah,
Well,
just
not-
like the,
I mean,
you know,
then,
the Lich King,
woman,
I could
so
just,
there's
you
no
know,
man's
stab him right
land,
in the
so
fucking face.
there's still a man and woman.
No, it's kind of like, you know, the Witch King scenario. Like,
Wait, maybe there's supposed to be a common where it's like, no, man's land. So maybe we're good to go out there.
True.
oh fuck, a comma can change so much.
I mean, yeah, no, depending where you put that in a sentence, it changes. Yeah, that's the whole dynamic.
So I was told that you check your own prostate, so you don't need to go bugging Dougal about it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and sometimes, you know, I don't like it, but Mom was like, hey, can you check mine too? And I'm like, oh, fine.
See, sometimes it just takes one of these suppressors and it's kind of jams it up there, then, you know, just
And then you look through the little hole. And you look for anything like, you know, like any polyps, you know, anything bumps. It's important.
What am I listening to?
It's important. It's always important. Check their butt.
Now, where'd she go?
I think she rolled down the mountain. But you know, she'll be coming around the mountain.
So the other good thing about this, because it has a hole, you know, you can pour water in it.
I'm not signing up for that one.
Well, why not?
It's fine. What goes on between you and your brother? I mean, what you said so far. It's,
Do you know you can pour kvass down it and get drunk really fast?
That sounds like a recipe for disaster, though.
I
Is
believe
I believe the
Aster?
term
kind
is
of
called
like that.
boofing.
Well, I thought it, you know, isn't that really toxic? And there was a problem with, you know, vodka tampons in youths.
Like, yeah, because it like destroys like your liver like instantly.
Well, also, you know, the
I don't think it's
intestine, they
going
just
through your
absorb
liver.
That's true, Bix. You know what? It
No,
does other things.
yeah, so there's no, it just passes so many different things, and
It's right into the
bunch
blood
of
system, you know, just
girls.
right in there. Oh,
Right,
well,
and a
being it
bunch
that way,
of
yeah.
high school girls getting poisoned.
And you know, sometimes you just have to get the pliers and just pry things apart sometimes.
Right.
You know, these Christmas lights are good for, you know, if you really need to see far up in there, too.
I'm just gonna.
All right, see, don't listen to him. This is we both skipped on like, you know, medical training day.
What do you mean? Teddick taught me everything I know.
Oh boy.
So I
The
just
urge.
thought it was pretty. You know.
Anybody hungry?
You know, I just realized, you know, maybe next time we should use a scope, because it'd be kind of like a microscope, you know, maybe like a PU scope. Because then afterwards, you know, because when you smell it and you go PU, it's already a PU scope.
Oh yeah.
I got really nervous there for a second because I have like a walk button on my mouse, and if I hit the wrong button there, I probably would have just walked off this mountain.
Why, it's a fine sight. No sign of an extra wheel, though.
No. I mean, we could go back for the Ada, or we can just
Hey, I have a question.
we can just go down to keep going down the rabbit.
Banaynay,
What's up?
did you get notified? What
I did find this, though.
Gives you a coffee donation?
Oh.
Ow.
Oh.
Oh.
Engineers.
Oh.
Blah. Blah.
Well, why did you do that?
I
You're good.
think I have it set up, so I will. But I'm not positive because I don't think I've gotten one of the coffee things while while live. But if I set it up right, I think it should pop up. Though if you do that, like, I think stream-wise we'll see it. I don't think I will see like the notification, but I'll get like an email for it. Alright, so after we're doing this, we off the rabbit.
Oi.
Because I doubt the castle's gonna have a car.
I mean,
What if-
mine.
Might be worth it. No? What
Oh,
if?
oh, it does. That's a very. I can't read the message, but
And I took a picture of it. It's okay.
you took a picture.
You know, what if it has a car or?
I don't know if that castle's gonna have a car.
But it can have a sword.
If it done, then I mean, where else would we go? I mean, sure, you want to go to Rabbit, but well, there's also Diana.
I mean, there is like a lot of places before Rabbit we might find it, but then we would have to backtrack.
Well, I just, you know, you lost us a car. Only
Well,
repair.
no, blame the
We
bridge.
worked to replace it.
Blame the bridge. Where'd the other one go?
It was worth the $6 I spent today.
And I appreciate every penny.
I hope you buy Corvin that coffee you owe him.
I owe Corvin a coffee?
What?
Yep.
I hate coffee.
You owe him a coffee?
You hate coffee?
I hate coffee.
Yikes.
You
Are
owe him a coffee
kidding me?
though?
I'm sorry, that was mean. I get protective over coffee.
I do not like coffee. Yes.
Are you more like are you more of like a tea person?
I mean, I barely drink tea either.
Got the clip.
That's
So
probably
is
a
it
better
hot
clip.
Drinks?
That clip is probably better for my Discord, maybe not for the not the PO one.
It's not. It has nothing to do with hot drinks. I like cocoa.
Delete it again, hold on.
I just don't like the taste of coffee.
What about chai?
I can't post, god damn it.
I mean, what does martial arts have to do with this?
No, chai tea. Like,
No, no,
I know, I
no,
was
no.
making a joke.
Chai means tea.
yeah.
There you go.
I like tea fine. I just don't drink it often. Is what I said. Like
It's
I
very
drink-
important to me that I know that you've had chai before.
I don't think I've ever had chai tea. No.
Just chai. You don't say chai tea. It's just chai.
I know because it's redundant. It's TT. I get that. I've heard people talk about this when they go ordering it, and they're like, "I'll have a chai tea."
I got heavily corrected by Harmony about that one.
You gotta have chai, like soon, ASAP. It is like a salve
So-
for the soul.
Okay, but it's also different, like, because you can get like a chai from like Dunkin', and it's different than like the chai you'd get in a box from like the store in a tea bag.
Just make my own, like the really spicy kind.
Or you can get like the chai that like technically Starbucks uses, but you can buy it at the store.
So I'm assuming this is a served hot thing. Like I like iced tea.
No,
I
no,
don't
you can
see a
get-
point.
There's cold chai.
Well, yeah, because I mean, technically we could argue there's iced coffee as well. So like, it's not like a hot cold thing for that. It's just
Cause like I like Starbucks. Like they have like iced chai. It's good.
Wait.
for
I
the
need-
most
I
part, the only thing I drink is water, Mountain Dew, and Pepsi.
Ah, you and me both. If I look next to me, there's like 70 cans. Like, on the
That-
table.
Okay, it's not that bad.
I mean,
at least put my
I may
hand
have been
in
that
every
bad
bag.
in like my early 20s.
I think I win.
You actually probably don't if I shake that game.
There was actually 1 year, literally, my sister gave me like a 38 pack of like Pepsi as a Christmas gift.
Would I know if
Yeah,
I
my
only-
sister gives me bottles of alcohol for Christmas because apparently they think I'm a drunk.
Is it good alcohol though, or is it like stuff you're never gonna touch?
Sky Vodka, I would say it's good. I'm
Mixer.
joking, not Sky Vodka. It's I'm joking. Sky Vodka's not good.
Like it's a mixer.
Cheap drink. I'll drink it.
I would rather have a cheap vodka versus a gin though.
Alright, so last Christmas I got a bottle of Grey Goose vodka, and then I got a bottle of oh, actually that bottle I don't like. I had to tell them I didn't like Fireball. I'm not a fan of cinnamon.
Oh, but if you get
Not
okay, hear me out.
alcohol.
Oh, hear me out though. Apple, you get like a cider, and you mix it with the Fireball, and then it's really good.
I hope I only did
But
like-
usually, you know, I drink like vodka, like Grey Goose, you know, pretty good. A lot of Captain Morgan rum.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I like spiced rum. I like the, what is it, the black special.
That's what I'm talking about there. Rum's my favorite. You agree with almost what he
So
said?
strong, you just ripped it right off the hinges.
I hope I only did
Oh,
like
I-
a one-time fucking payment. I just
Oh, so maybe he does that when he gives you the prostate exam. He'll probably
give
tear
me $2
something.
every month.
Well, I don't
Uh,
have any
Are
sort
those
of
lights on?
magical training.
Or they always just look a
It
little?
does kind of look like the lights are on. Actually, wait, put the... Maybe because the trunk's open? Shut the door? Now it's still on. That's weird.
What about now?
And they still look like they're on.
The demon car. Now,
Now
they're all.
off. Now they're on. Wait, is it in neutral?
No, I think it's in gear.
Maybe that's why they're still on.
About now we're in neutral.
No, they're still on. Now they're off. Now a different set of lights are on because you got out and left it on. Now they're off. They're still off.
And now what?
I don't think that's how break
What?
work.
I don't know how any of this is
What?
okay.
Is this why batteries are dying?
I think this might be why batteries are dying because it thinks so. Okay, so we'll have to check with that, I guess.
I guess. Where's Dougal?
Hey, marbles.
So you want to break my kneecap?
No, I'm just giving you a tire iron. I,
Oh, you're gonna put one on the truck.
Is she trying to tell you that you're tired? Or maybe you're
no,
low on iron?
I was just about to say, I need to cozy up in one of these houses for the night.
Oh, it's Betty Pie time.
Oi.
And do it. Do it. Yeah, where did Dougal go? Or is he looting again? Is he going around like all the houses and looting?
Oi, probably.
So from here, we probably should just head south.
Do we still want to hit ram it or?
I'm gonna check those cars one more time.
We probably should work our way down the
Dougal, did
rabbit.
you already-
The car parts will only refresh on a server restart.
But did we check the barn up there too?
I went all the way up there, but I don't
Yeah.
doubt it's gonna be like that spot in there yet.
Wait, Wolf sleeps?
Yes, sometimes.
Oh, I thought that was a myth.
This castle didn't seem to change much.
Oh, did you run down to the Lottie Castle?
I went to the castle that's just below the town.
Yeah, south from here. What are we doing?
Get in.
Are we going like?
Get in.
Where are we going?
We'll have to come back for that gunter some other time.
It's it. Don't die.
No promises. Are we just leaving Dougal?
Dougal knows where to go, and I also feel like that was a challenge. Like I feel like I need to rebel and actually die now.
I don't want to drive the truck, so you're not allowed to die. So loud.
Alright, apologies, but I have to start getting ready for bed.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'll go sleep.
Have a good night.
I'll likely be just watching the stream for the bed.
Join the party.
So you're gonna be thinking about us while you're in bed, okay?
All of us.
More Marvels than anything else.
Oh my
Good night.
You're not supposed to play with marbles in bed.
Look, it's kind of a curse that these things just, you know, I don't think about it, I just say it.
Isn't there a label like marbles are, choking hazard?
Oh, I can't wait until we step foot in like
Huh?
fucking left Oasis again. This is gonna be crazy.
What?
I said, isn't there like a warning label that like marbles are a choking hazard?
They are a choking hazard.
On we go. What? What do we do? I didn't realize you were going to be in stream so fast.
And before I get fucking banned from the Twitch chat.
What do we do? We exist. Yeah, we do exist.
So where's everybody else?
Marbles is driving down this dirt road. I'm guessing it might be towards the castle.
It will pass a dirt road that goes to that castle for a trail. Unless they added a road. I remember vaguely this side of the map.
If you keep going on the... It depends on which one we're going down, because we're either going to go past the castle to Liana, or we would end up going to Mav Jazaro.
I think that was a trail off to the left that would go to the castle.
Probably, yeah, because you kind of like... If you leave on that dirt road, you kind of like have to skirt down it. Because I don't think there's an actual like road to that castle at all. So we're probably going to end up going down to Liana. Which if you do Liana, you end up basically circling to go almost north, right into Rabbit. I kind of missed like having like the ability to like hit K to like just open up your compass while like you're driving is really nice.
Sorting your inventory into the car.
Also nice. Like I keep wanting to check my inventory and I can't. So this must be, this is Liana. Or is this,
That's not new. I thought about making that our base at one point.
is it all industrial?
Kinda. Do you want to stop and check?
Yeah, we can run through it if it's all industrial. So Dougal, do you know where on the map where the Leon is?
I'll be there in a second.
All right. I always left this truck on the road. But it looks like it's all industrial, so we'll take a peek.
P1 pistol.
We got more zombies here than we had at the military. Even if, you know, even if we didn't have like immersive placement, those other ones would be are just kind of like, you know, kind of nice. Do we not have
Pink Caprice.
server lag?
I thought auto run was like a normal DayZ thing. But it's not.
No, that's not even in vanilla.
Isn't vanilla have an auto run?
They've never had an auto run. Well, oopsies. That's a bad time to jam. Dip in here real quick.
Oh, there's like 4 cable reels here.
I got the
that I've seen
generator.
So far.
I think the generator in the back of Dougal's.
I already put like 1 cable reel.
Did everything go left one?
Missed. I feel like wasting a battery to put in there.
Can you fill like the water barrels full of gas? Just no reason.
I believe so.
I
Like you
think
have
so,
to
yeah.
just dump the gas can into it.
No different than water.
So like I could just go up to a gas station with one, totally just fill.
I don't know if you can just hold the barrel and fill it up.
I don't know if I'm in a building you've been through, but I just found 2 more cable reels also in here
If it's like the little machine shop.
with like the burlap sack.
Yeah.
Oh, that was duct tape. Only time I get excited about seeing duct tape in DayZ is when playing vanilla style.
Because it fixes everything.
Pretty much. Do we need a hacksaw at all?
I don't know, but I just picked up 1.
Okay, I'm not gonna pick up this other one then.
Technically, if we find nails, we can make crates for the truck.
Which, nails wise, we've only, what? Haven't really found many boxes though.
Look, black dress shoes.
Oh, where are my shoes? Headlight bulb. Let's pick up one of you. Don't need you. Hey, Dougal, you want a spare hat?
Nah, I'm alright. Where'd you see that hacksaw at?
Are you looking for the other hacksaw?
I just need to use it real quick.
3 dial.
Was it? Oh yeah, it's over in this one. I think towards the back there. Over here, somewhere, right there.
In there.
What do you make?
Top off this
medium
gun real
10.
quick.
Which gun?
The FAMAS.
I don't know if I've actually ever seen the shorter one.
So my hands are full, so I can't carry it at the moment.
To take
No,
off.
you just cut the top off to make the sight better.
Oh, I didn't actually know you could do that. I always wondered why you could cut those. Alright. That's... I don't know if he... I think he might have hit the rest of this because he was kind of ahead. Have we pretty much hit everything in here?
I think so.
SEO, yeah.
Can you come carry this medium 10?
I can, yeah.
Well, I found you more black cargos. Then
Oh,
I have
he's-
a hacksaw and some shit in it.
I need a black cargo pants because he took the last one.
Oh wait, I don't think we checked these. They're not open.
That side... actually, no, I don't think we hit that one. And then there's lumber piles here. If you wanted planks.
Do you want us all water out, fill it up with? I mean, we could.
Let the zombie just run past me there. Oh, he's after you.
Hell? There's just piles of lumber.
It's a thing, yeah. It's disabled on Omega.
As someone that literally hasn't played normal daily like ever, it's fun finding things that I've never seen before.
Alright,
Look,
I'll
see?
drive the truck in.
You can even watch Dougal Aries. It's on that pile. You say you're bringing the truck in?
Yep.
That's a lot of logs. Holy heck. 300? Was that 3 or a 6?
On what? This?
Log pile?
252.
Holy what?
You actually don't get that many planks out of a log pile either.
No, because it went from like 201 to like 198. But it's a fast way of getting them. One reason why we have them like on Project Omega, they're disabled, so you actually have to,
It's all shitty.
you have to cut down trees. There we go. What, that's 60. So that's 70.
Boy, I just allowed to carry like so much material.
80. 90. Oh, we need 10 more. And 100. Might have to make room for that.
Trying.
That's why I was hoping we'd find some nails, because if we could make just even one crate, it would help a lot.
Those are probably back at Google's place.
I never saw nails.
I put one box in one of the barrels before we left.
One of those barrels that were in the tent.
I finally finished all my spaghetti, so I can actually eat meat now.
Hey, welcome back to humanity. Kind of one. Do I need like a Banov like picture thing for our for posting? Yeah, it's right in front of you. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's not the first time I watched you shove meat in your mouth in front of me.
Why were you watching? Weirdo.
I don't know why you had to display it right in front of me.
Didn't the truck have a door that has that? What happened to that door?
I think it was the other truck. I don't think there was ever a door on the side.
No, this truck only had this door that I had taken off and thrown in the back, but
I mean, if you don't want to use the door, you could throw it on the ground.
throw it
I mean, I
like
don't
that.
care.
oh no, I'm just wondering if maybe we should while we're running on Banov. Like, it doesn't bother me that that we post them in community. I'm just wondering if maybe it's it'd be like a little bit cleaner. Because we can keep like all of them organized.
We should be hitting the main room soon.
Yeah, you kind of want to just take this all the way. You'll see there'll be a side road, but you don't want to take that.
I like the graffiti on the wall. Stanimas of pain.
Yeah, I can look into throwing a channel there. Where would I throw it though? That is a question. you know what? I could put like a under the community chat, kind of like a just like an other. Hey, what was that?
I said McDougal's just cruising up there.
Oh yeah, no, he's loving it.
What, like McDonald's?
Exactly, McDonald's.
See, I didn't know McDougal was like McDonald's. You know, that's alright.
So maybe like just other content, or like I can put like community content. Hey, thank you, Wool. Let me see here. I appreciate you guys doing that tonight.
At least it wasn't me.
The game.
Oh, did I miss that? Brownie did. Thank you, Brownie. I read that wrong when I first saw it.
No, water, get the first. No.
This is a little different over here.
Do you guys see me?
Yeah, I just drove past you. Why?
Oh, on my screen, I'm like in the ground.
No, your car's above ground. You're not moving though. Did you check all these barns?
No.
Guess we really don't need to. I mean, it could be another barrel, but it's whatever.
I can't carry anymore.
I thought we only have 3 in the truck.
No, we got 4.
Okay, there's excuse me, if you guys can see it in there under the community, there's now community content. Ah, that is right. It is still September. Yeah, then you'd want to swing up north.
That $1 off.
And then basically just
Well, that's Alicia right there. Or not Alicia, Rabbit.
oh yeah, you're going the right way.
Because this is all the cars. So yeah, that's... So I could have sworn that billboard used to say actually it was Rabbit. I don't want to drive any further up just in case this place does get gassed.
Yeah, we have a Chipotle around here, and I haven't actually tried it yet.
Guess what I found?
That shit. I find some of the ordering is a style for like Chipotle confuses me because I've only looked like online. They went on the Vision Bowl. Oh, more charcoal. I have no room for you. I don't think we have one of those places around here. See, I've heard one thing they say, like, it was like a tip, like if you go to Chipotle, like you order like the bowls and whatnot, and then you just can make your own.
You might regret that. There was a lot over there.
Don't tell me that.
Oh, it has been done.
It's like one thing I've heard is oh, you're using that for room.
I am.
That's smart.
I feel like there was a lot coming around.
But yeah, you order one of the bowls, and then you just make your own, and it's actually like better to do that, like money wise. So like for the price of like one of like the burritos or whatnot, you could get a bowl and make a couple burritos. Okay, this place has been pretty good for NPC gear. That's gonna be bad. I shot off. Okay, I still hear him.
Hey, do you want another fishing pole?
No, I'm good. This place has been pretty good for NBC gear.
Oh, NBC jacket.
Yeah, I got a jacket as well. Gloves, boots.
So we're still missing pants mainly?
I
I
think
got the yellow key card.
you got the yellow one?
Nice.
Nice. Geez, at the rate we're going, we might have to like almost go back and like empty all this loot. So I'm kind of thinking, I don't know, we may have to like go back up to Dougal's and like unload.
So we should unload on McDougal's, is what you're telling me?
That's what he gets for letting us share his place.
So I know you said no on a black beret, but how would you feel about a red beret?
What's wrong with my hair?
Now I want Chipotle for lunch tomorrow. What the fuck?
Huh? What's wrong with my hair?
Wait, it's attached to your head for one.
Chipotle's guac is good.
You find pants?
Pants.
Hey,
You
toss.
just find them in there?
Hey, toss it. Look in there.
Wait, did you just find them in that tent right there?
No, they're in one of the first.
Oh, because I was saying,
tents
because
over
I
there.
checked that tent, now I'd be confused.
Wait, do we use? Anybody want a heavy starter kit?
No, I didn't pick those up on purpose.
No, that's my jacket I put down there with everything I was grabbing.
Do you want a dry sack? I mean, you can have a dry sack if you go in there.
Oh, Another pair of NBC gloves. Okay, so
Shit's respawning, man.
either it's respawning really fast, but or we just need to come back to grab it more often for NBC gear. Why so many? We probably do not need this many IV kits at all.
Can you check the line of cars?
There's another gas mask in here now.
I glanced at him.
Yeah, we should probably just go straight back to McDougal's at this point.
We have a lot.
We could swing through Overgrowth and pick up someone if he wants.
That's up to Snap. I mean, he could jump in his car and follow us.
I gotta go to bed. Should have been in bed at like 12 o'clock, but I'm too busy. Staring at you guys randomly scream about Chipotle.
That's gonna have zero context for either of them right now.
I've never had Chipotle.
Neither have I. But it's a conversation in chat right now. Okay, so it's not a full loot reset already? Because I dropped my jacket and that other mask I found, and I'm kind of like running back around again. God, so many IV start kits. Why? I don't know why I keep checking those. Loot's not going to respawn in those.
If I ever meet fucking Marbles, I gotta buy him a couple things.
Like a coffee.
A coffee, Chipotle, name a couple other things.
I think he's gonna look at that coffee and like, and just be like, look at you like weird.
I mean, you didn't say chai. You said coffee.
I know. You're gonna like look at it and turn your nose up.
I'm gonna buy you anything at this point. Go throw a boba tea at your face and go, drink this.
I will not drink that, no. It looks disgusting.
I have never tried boba tea, but I am willing to try boba tea.
It's good, man. Find out the flavor you get.
If you ignore calories, they ignore you. Words of wisdom.
You know what? If I somehow ever met Banaynay, you know what I would buy him?
A lap dance?
A clown mask?
Heroin?
The ice cream.
Oh, you wouldn't. He would. He would do that, or he would buy himself an ice cream and then eat in front of me.
Something I would do. I would get a bag of popcorn and go, "Hey guys, how you doing?" Oh.
And Marvel would probably eat it like all slow, going, "This is some real good ice cream. I bet you wish you had some ice cream right now."
I get it. I'll rent out an ice cream truck, but never give you any of the ice cream.
Wow, that just sounds like our, that our rich cousin who just, has everything. tempted to grab those sneakers, but I don't need to. Ice cream with toppings? Oh, if I had room, I need that old good.
See,
Wanna-
that's what you get. Talking about Chipotle.
Oh, there's a circle wheel if I wanted.
You know what I could go for right now?
What's that?
Popeye's chicken.
Oh yeah.
I referenced little Nicky earlier, all I kept thinking was Popeye's chicken, the shiznit.
Need any Gunter parts? Grab a door off this one if you need a front left door. Cold Stone. You know, we actually do have did have a Cold Stone in the town next to me. I think I had it like a couple times. I think the only thing I'm kind of around here a bit is a frozen like yogurt place.
Okay, so I noticed this with trying to pull the IV start kit with the saline bag. It doesn't like combining shit out of containers. I had to drag it on the floor.
Is Popeye chicken not good? There's a lot of gray sneakers around here.
Cane's chicken is the way to go if you're talking about chicken.
Never heard of it.
As long as it's not KFC chicken, because
No, Cane's is like to die for.
So, KFC chicken used to be good a long time ago,
a long time ago.
but they changed. What was it? The oil they cooked it in. They also changed the spices and shit, even from what it used to be.
Well, one of the best things they had though, they had a chicken wrap. I loved it. Then they got rid of it. Like I didn't even care for like just getting like regular chicken for them, but the chicken wrap, like that was good.
Now, if I was going there, I wanted original. It's not the same.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Church's chicken is also pretty good.
Do we want this too?
I don't know. I'm trying to cram as much shit in the car as possible. Eat more meat.
Dougal, we gotta eat more meat. Needs room.
Shove that meat in your mouth.
Can it-
You know, pretend you're one of those girls on summer vacation.
Eat and run, eat and run. Burn
You're
the
in Fort
calories.
Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah, as soon as like everybody starts talking about food, you know it's just gonna make people hungry. Oh, you know what? What's that? The one thing I have is it the chipotle sauce that they sell in the stores?
Alright, I can get it in. We're good.
Should I
Yo,
eat the
you
2
got-
pounds of like spicy bacon I got
you
in
got it
the
in.
fridge?
Do we have to keep throwing meat in our mouth?
I mean, only if you want to.
No, I'm feeling you know like if I had an apple and if it was full. You know what? Screw this door. I hate this door.
Okay, as soon as you pulled the door off the car, the truck disappeared in front of my eyes. Do me a favor, open the car like hood.
Is it back?
Put it. No. Oh, I gotta relog. That's fucking weird.
Weird.
They sell Chick-fil-A sauce and the other Chick-fil-A sauce in the store. Right in the
Ah,
fridge.
that's what it is. Chick-fil-A sauce. Yeah, I've been buying that. That goes to quite well on like a lot of
Oh yeah,
different.
it's like a fancy mayo.
You know what?
I've
I'm
only
done
had
with
like
it.
once, like Chick-fil-A, I should say.
I've never had Chick-fil-A, but I keep buying like the
Fancy
sauce
range.
because you can just buy the sauce from the store.
You're just gonna find out the sauce is just mayonnaise and ketchup mixed together.
It probably is. Like it's kind of like
it's ranch and ketchup basically.
okay. Hear me out though. Taco seasoning, ranch dressing. I think it's a little bit of mayo, ketchup, and you mix it together.
No, take ketchup and ranch and a hot sauce. Boom. There you go.
I forgot the one I just told you was talking about. You throw a little hot sauce in that too,
Yep. You get
and
it.
you get a southwestern like sauce of like all like 5 ingredients.
Thought I was a weirdo because I did that, but I think everyone else
So,
agrees.
so there's another thing you can do. Have you ever? There's a ranch powder. It's to make your own dressing.
Yep.
Dry rub on chicken.
Oh,
Pretty good.
yeah.
Don't tell me that.
There's restaurants around here that sells it kind of like that.
Like that, plus that southwestern like sauce we were just talking about making, would probably be really good.
I'm just fucking hungry now. This is a terrible conversation.
What do you think of Waver?
I know it was a great conversation for me. 4 a.m. because you know.
Well, it's kind of like dinner time for me based off how I woke up. McDougal, do you want to lead the way back to your place?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, eat like 6 slices of sweet and spicy bacon. Let's go.
See, I'm gonna wake up. Actually, I can go eat it now if I want. That sausage gravy.
Oh, no. No, not gonna be here anymore. You talk about food.
I had like a pulled pork for dinner.
Look,
But like-
food's
but the-
on the mind now. I'm hungry, so after we get back, I'm gonna probably go get something.
You go grab food. I had like a pulled pork, like the kind you buy from like the store already done up.
Our work's got like oven meals like pre-made now that they started stocking, like 4 different kinds. One's like a brisket and like cheese with no like bun or anything, like a filling. And I'm just like, I want to order one of these because they look tasty.
Are you
I'm not really a fan of these billboards.
I think most of them are kind of just
They're like a lot of
so for-
Twitch advertising kind of shit, right?
it is all for like people who have like helped them out, influenced, donated, supported like his map building.
Is that OSNAP leaving?
I think so. I think I'll say, yeah, I think he's done for the night.
Oh, well, I would have said goodnight if he's still watching.
You might still be watching. Yeah, this feels familiar. Look, that rundown vehicle still there.
I can barely hear you in game because the trough.
I
can
know.
hear you better through Discord.
I have like my like in-game sounds. I keep turning them down to like half as soon as I get into the vehicle. Oh, hey, look at that! There goes. Yeah, I had like one thing of it was like the barbecue pulled pork, and then there was like a pulled chicken, like
Well,
spicy.
I'm not doing it tonight, probably. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I was gonna say now. 2 more tents and 4 more barrels is a lot more storage for organizing.
Oh yeah, you'll probably be spending hours just organizing, and then shooting people who try to come rob us. Oh.
He's probably looking at his map.
I don't know what that road is back there.
It's this is the spot I'm thinking of. This is another spot I thought about making the base.
Yeah, this is a crazy good spot. Except for the location.
Because it has, like, there's a spot with, like, double doors, and you go back, and there's, like, a...
Yeah, the bar normally goes through, but now it's, like, blocked off in the back.
Yeah, like, but it has a... You can see the sky. Actually, I think they changed that spot. I don't know if that's how the place looked exactly before. Do we need to go to that dirt road or what? Oh, was the car acting funny on you?
No, I was...
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's, you know, just waiting to get that organization. And we have a lot actually to actually organize right now. The rabbit was like really good though for that NBC gear. Like we've been struggling to even like really find it. And like that one place, you know, like the couple of respirators, the gloves, I think pants, jacket. We definitely have enough of the shoes, almost for like, you know, all of us who joined. We're still talking about food. I think the food conversation is like slowed down. What's that? I saw it on there, and then I've seen some comments from the victims' families who were like not thrilled about how like that's a, you know, a thing. It's basically having to like relive it again. See, I think like a podcast that maybe like talks about it and discusses it. You know, it's a little bit different than like a movie that also might romanticize it a little bit, like where it shouldn't, or it brings a little more, it's more graphic. See, like also like a true crime thing is also, like they're just going over like the facts. And that's something too, because yeah, you have like the actors and who does have like fans, of course, and then other people who might also, there are people out there who do kind of like romanticize like some of that stuff. Like you hear even like stories like there are, some of those like serial killers and stuff like that. Yeah, who have like, like they get mail and stuff. And it's like, like letters and whatnot, like, oh, I love you, you're amazing, and like complete sympathizing, and like a very skewed like reality. Like also, when you do a movie like that too, like I feel like you really should try your hardest ways to definitely make sure you're painting that person though in the worst light. Did you just crash, Google?
I heard a crash sound.
I heard that crash sound.
I just scraped the side though.
Okay, because we both heard like the car sound.
One right or left?
Right.
See, like I remember like part of the drive here, but I'm just trying to commit shit to memory because now we're going the opposite way.
I mean, isn't there like there was some of the stories too about some of those murders and whatnot where it's also
used to be all dirt road.
There was the police and whatnot were just kind of incompetent about like they did not handle the cases right. But like there has to be like they're kind of like that's why like some of the true crime stuff like I think works a bit better because they're just going over the facts of like this is what happened, then this is what happened. These are there's not the way a movie where you're trying to like portray it from like certain viewpoints, and then you're also like when you're doing that movie though you're putting your own kind of like spin on it too, like you're wanting to tell that story like your way versus watching a a true crime documentary or a podcast where they're just they're not you're just talking up like about the facts. Well, that's another thing too. Some of those roles that actors take, and like that's a mental toll trying to put yourself in those shoes. Like even the whole Batman and Joker thing, the Joker role. Yeah, like that whole part too about them returning him to it, like there was like so many. It sounded like there were so many things like it could have been ended a lot earlier.
Did you hear that? What's that?
I did not because this truck is extremely loud.
All we hear is truck.
I don't know if it was a heli crash or gas or shots or.
yeah, like there was a lot of like there is some stuff like that probably really just should stay as like true crime like a documentary or a podcast, you know, not have the whole movie spin on it. Because there's like, here's another question too: who has the rights to that? Who's making the money off of this? Is any of this money going to the victims, you know, families? Do the victim families even want the money? You know, like, and like this whole movie now it's, you know, it's on, you know, Twitter. After people watch it, it's on probably, you know, all the social medias. People are talking about it again. So you've gone through all this, you know, being traumatized by something, and now it's all being thrown back at you. You know, so like, there's a lot of things about it that like, that just, you know, aren't great to have certain movies like this done. So like I definitely like I can sympathize with like the victims' families, just not, you know, they don't want this to deal with this, you know, still, and definitely not in this kind of light. Because like I can imagine like from their point of view, like it's like it really is like you're rehashing an open wound, and like you might try to spend so much time healing, and now here it is, you know, throwing right back in your face.
We get turned around somewhere.
Yeah, there's a bunch of new roads.
Yeah, these new
Seems like
roads
it's
are
going up that satellite or that radio antenna.
like, yeah, the new roads are definitely like probably confusing from when we used to run this. Is there actually a lot from there? I wonder why. Okay, but now you're putting Bozo the clown in, you know, and you know, as soon as you see Bozo, I'm gonna, you know, think of Bro because of his character.
Now, I just remember when I was driving around in the woods back when we had Banov, because we had the tape mods with actual songs. So I was going everywhere listening to the fucking Rammstein.
Oh yeah. Having the tape thing is nice. I don't actually know if he's pulling from that. Because I know his, like, technically Bozo the Clown, like, you know, Bro's character Bozo the Clown, has a real name. I think it was posted somewhere I think it was mentioned. And I don't think it was that. Doesn't The Simpsons have a Bozo?
McDougal's over there driving like he's drunk.
He's missing his drugs. Hey, I didn't really watch The Simpsons, okay? Oop. There was just a straight up Bozo the Clown, world's most famous clown. What was his actual name?
She's struggling a little on this.
It's that wet dirt.
I just need to get a running start on it.
Okay, so the character was created by Alan Livingston, played by Pinto
Oh wait, I see something back here.
Colvig. You see something?
The bear.
Are you getting out to kill the bear?
Oh no, it's dead.
There's a dead... Did you run over the bear?
Run it over.
I saw that coming. Although I don't know, for those who might see ads, when joining that, because that was only one of my sad things too about taking the affiliate.
Oh yeah, the sawmill. I found cartons and shit here.
Was like, now people are gonna have ads for the channel.
No, it was a long time ago.
Hopefully they haven't been too bad. I took the affiliate. That's how I have the sub button.
Check any of this industrial.
I think we really need to empty our load.
Alright, I'm just making sure.
Is that a new building up there?
That was there before.
But that's one thing that with you know, taking the affiliate route is like, yeah, now there's ads. But I tried to set up the ads though, so they run every 30 minutes for like a minute 30. But it means, I think it means that though there's no on join. So as soon as you click to watch, there shouldn't be any ads.
Sometimes Banov confuses me because it feels smaller, but then sometimes it just takes you forever to drive to places you want to go because the way the roads are.
I would say it's because we're also in a truck.
No, I wouldn't blame the truck.
Because we, you know, if we had like,
you'd be on dirt roads, so you'd be even going kind of slow in some parts anyway. So
We cruise 90 doing about like, 80, 90. But I'm hoping that, that there's the way like the ads are set up right now. That like when people like just gotta like join in to watch, that they don't have to get like smacked in the face with an ad. Oh no. Hey, look, bad country.
Crossroad? Yeah, I know. Crazy. I feel like a bear right over there.
Can bears hit me through the truck?
So we came to a crossroads. Which way we go on, left or right?
Is it like the paved road?
No, it's a dirt road.
With the bear side.
Next to a hay pile.
Next to a rock.
I don't see a paved road in the distance.
Hey, look, he doesn't have the lights on the back right now. I don't understand why the car had lights on.
I don't either.
Okay, Dougal, while you were out by the castle, we had this weird thing where we saw the car's rear light was on. And it took us like a couple tries before it actually like fully turned off. Even though your lights were not on.
Yeah, I've noticed the rear light seems to stay on.
You remembered? You deserve a cookie?
Don't you need to go the other way?
Go the other way, and I'll be right back.
It's alright.
I'm gonna check this hospital right here real quick.
Cool. See, I remember driving past this building. Now this is like perfect chupacabra weather.
Well, that's the best I can do for you is popcorn. There's no chupacabras out here.
Except that a chupacabra would say.
Are you trying to say that I'm a chupacabra in human form? Wait, didn't we have this conversation once before?
Okay, well, you know what? Satisfy my curiosity. See something only my brother would know.
You're a weirdo?
Okay, I thought everyone knew that.
I mean, do they though?
You see Wendigos?
Yeah, it was a Wendigo out there. You didn't see it?
I thought those were trapped on Deer Island. You see they got over here?
And
Yeah.
jacket, that's about it here.
We can use that. Okay, I was about to say, do you want to loot this real quick?
Not really. We don't have room.
See, I don't think I can use that one because I think everybody knows now. He kind of spilled the beans on that one.
Turn on and go back down?
Wasn't that the
Wait, no.
doesn't you cut it right here?
Is it here?
Like right here, you turn around and you get on that dirt road on next to us.
Yeah, but is this the spot we actually need to go? Actually, I think it is.
And then, but is this?
But I also see something that I know where we're going now.
But to say that it's not this dirt road, it was the other dirt road, but it. And trust me, I know what you saw. You see a little carnival thing and you want to go see it. I know it. I knew it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just being drawn here by supernatural forces.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's, let me guess. It's the chupacabra calling out to you.
I mean, it could.
You guys remember the way?
Yeah, but I stopped to get a carnival.
He wanted to. He went to the other dirt road to go to the carnival.
Oh man, the chupacabra stole all the bumper cars.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't think this carnival was here before. Hey, it's okay.
Also, I was curious because I don't know, but I haven't seen a lot of carnival spots. I was like, you think there could be a canopy here? That's kind of why I wanted to check. It doesn't look like it.
They change it up a bunch?
I don't remember it looking like this at all.
You want those jeans?
Like, I thought there was more shit by the ponds. Not so much over here in this empty field.
Yeah, I don't remember there being a Ferris wheel here. Or the swans.
I think the only thing that was here before was like maybe this. Wait, there's a truck. Wait, no, that's our truck. I was gonna say there's a truck over there. I think one of those little swing set thingies, like on the left.
Yeah.
I think there might have been swans, but it might have been closer to the lake.
There could have been.
And then I think just like the shooting booth things.
Well, you go fishing right here. Hey, Dougal, got something for you. You want those jeans? You just want all the jeans. Inside. I did, yeah. I mean, you didn't, and then Dougal shot it.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Yeah, you know, put it out of its misery. I figured you might like that. I think you're using the deagle, right?
Yeah.
Did you find him another mag?
No, I found the gold deagle.
Oh, yeah. Believe I'm on the right road now.
I think so, yeah, because there's only like 2 dirt roads. Oh, that did not do what I thought it was gonna do. There it is. Time for you at the bed now? Well, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by and watching and playing tonight. They almost. It's like one more turn. Hey, hold up. Want me to go in first with the gun?
If we die together.
Maybe you should back it in.
Let's do it now. Alright, you son of a bitch in the tin. I'm gonna murder you. Alright, good stuff. That one's in the tin.
Alright. I'm gonna check inside. Hey, if anybody's inside, we're coming in. You better put your hands up. We're armed. Some of us are hungry. I mean, not for you, but like just, you know, in general. All right, inside's clear. Hey. Wanted one of those instead of having to worry about matches.
What are we doing with this generator?
We could probably just throw it inside the house.
You can't leave it sitting out though, it'll disappear. It's gotta be in
Oh,
something.
that's right. Throw it in one of the
I'll
tents?
keep it in the car then.
Or is there room in that truck? The extra truck?
The empty truck. So I can't put this other military tin down on this road unless we move that truck.
Oh. Or Dougal, I think my Olga has room.
It's fine, just throw it in the truck. Because I think I'm gonna have to move that truck if we want to get the third military row. Unless you can think of another spot to put it.
Oh, this is in great condition.
Tip on the tire iron. You really only need 2 wheels to move it.
Ooh, map.
You also brought back a truck battery for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't actually mean to pick up that compass. Now we have an extra compass.
I don't know where do we want to move it?
Wow, I don't even have room for that. There's a potato here and I don't even have room to grab it.
I mean, I guess you could move it outside.
There's 2 potatoes here.
Oh, I guess there's technically there would be enough room to get them both back here. I'd have to move mine a little more to the right.
All right, I put our dinner on the table. It's a jar of honey and 2 potatoes. You know, actually, I probably have room in the yoga just to throw that.
I think I wiggled it over far enough if you...
You know, I don't even know if loot spawns up on this water tower or if it's just, you know, just a water tower. I don't think it actually has a loot spawn. I better use that.
Man, that one tit's in rough shape. I think I brought back duct tape. I'd say just empty out everything in these last 2 tents. I'll organize this shit later.
There was a dry bag up here with a crowbar in it?
They can spawn like that.
Okay. I haven't seen one of that. Like, I haven't seen that before. You know, I freaked out for a second there. I thought I was drinking it. I think my brain is still kind of sleepy. Or sleep deprived. That was the extra one. I want to keep that. Load a bunch of stuff in here that I want to keep. Those are just extras that can go there. I keeping charcoal in here. I was gonna need that for the filters.
Oh, we got a nice little encampment. Making crates.
Figured it might as well.
It's a lot more storage when we go out. Or it's also a lot more storage for the truck that doesn't go out.
You know, if we could build bases, we'd be pretty like stocked up. We just item dumping, like not not really
throw it in
organized.
one of those tents, yeah. Just
Okay, just chucking.
use this as a dump tent, yeah. And just take a big dump in that tent.
All right, we're gonna dump all over it. We don't need that. Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, jeez. You know, if someone does wander up here and they just open this one truck and it's just full of meat.
That'd be good for them.
What if they just open it up and it's like, what did I just find? It's like playing Tetris. That went in my bag. What's that? 25. Never mind. Is there anything? These I can get in there. Let's see now. Before I start doing that,
As far as we haven't really seen like construction lights yet.
yeah, we've seen Christmas lights.
I've seen them yesterday, but not today.
Oh, that's right. I think we did go by some.
Maybe because they're in lower tiers.
I think the ones we saw were.
So we have 6 barrels in this tent now.
Dougal, does your car need to be emptied out?
I got most of the stuff. There's just like radiators in there now.
Okay.
Car stuff.
The spare truck? You might be able to throw in some of that.
See, one of the Olgas has a lot of that shit too. The one closest to the wall fence.
Yeah, I think that was Lance's, the one he was driving.
Well, his got volunteered for all the random shit.
Need a press vest?
I think I'm good.
And over the wall it goes.
Say you could just throw it in the truck. There's already some in the truck.
I'm sure more will spawn here.
So much meat. Did not know we had a little bit of a food tent going there. We got here. Use the meat. Oh, do we have any gas canisters?
The ones I blow up?
Yeah, those ones.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Also thinking about it, does somebody want to probably, when somebody does log out, should they be logging out with the landmines?
I don't even see the point of why do we have landmines really?
At least up here, because I feel like that's just asking to be
Yeah,
trolled.
That guy that got shot could come back and set them up everywhere. It's sort of like probably should take spark plugs maybe log off with.
Like all the spark plugs?
Possibly.
But yeah, I was just looking and I'm like,
maybe log off with truck batteries. I could log off with truck batteries. That way someone doesn't just pack up and leave. But I don't.
because they could fill. if
At the same time, I guess I'm not super worried if we do get shit stolen. It's whatever. I think the most important item would be like McDougal logging up with the keycard things.
those are important. But I am, because there is a lot of tall grass around here, and those landmines would be instant troll.
Get rid of landmines. There's a claymore in there too, I believe. Get rid of that.
The Claymore's not too bad because they got to be here to detonate it.
Yeah, you have to be like, watching.
Unless they combine it with the landmines.
I thought you could put a claymore on.
You could shoot it.
Oh, was it tripwire? I think it's tripwire.
Hey, you might be able to tripwire it.
Yeah, we'll just get rid of that. We say we go set them up and have some booms. I have one landmine on me. We say we put the claymore down and we surround it by landmines.
You could do that, and then
Sounds
shoot
fine.
one and they all blow.
Do we have to actually set these or just place them down?
As long as they're destroyed, they're gonna blow up.
Well, I mean, the other option you could do is start the fire, throw it in and run from the fire.
Alright, should I shoot the claymore?
Shoot it or push the button.
I won't push the button. I haven't actually done this before. I like how you just keep backing up. Like, yeah, we get behind the safety line.
You're thinking about it, I have a grenade. You could have all set it down and chucked a grenade at it.
They're not
Did the
ruined.
landmines blow?
They're not ruined. You have two that are. The one behind it was dumb of me because it doesn't take damage from behind. And then the other two are badly damaged. Those things are tanky. Are we just missing our shots? Well, that didn't miss. It didn't do the other ones though. That did it.
Ah, shit, you know what I just realized we could have done too? It's extremely dangerous. We have the explosive grenade route for the launcher. We have 2 of those.
I'm surprised it took Dougal, I think, using his deagle to actually detonate a landmine.
Yeah, the scope helps.
Like, apparently we were just totally missing our shots.
I got 3 car batteries on me. I had no stamina.
Oh, so you couldn't hold your breath.
Somebody want to hold one of these red keys?
Oh yeah, I'll hold one.
Then just give them.
In case something happens to me, we don't lose all the keys.
Oh, I thought they were actually more like key cards. How do you plug in the... Can you take a battery and plug in the Christmas lights or no?
I think it has to be the generator.
Put wire on the battery, but...
Actually, maybe with the cable reel, if you attach it to the battery, then...
Where did we throw the cable reels?
I have one on me.
There. But there it is. I have no idea how this works.
Yeah, you hold it, you should see a thing that lets you attach, and then attach again.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
You might have to have a generator. Oh, you brought Christmas. Skuz would be so proud.
This guy loves Christmas.
I know.
I thought these used to look cooler.
No, not really.
Yeah, no, they really, they're kind of dim. And the fact that you have to run a generator.
So just like your personality?
You know, sometimes I hate it that I can't make like a your mom joke because it would just be like back at me.
I mean, you could if you really want to roast mom.
What? Just like you roasted my daughter?
I didn't burn her in that fire.
Okay, fine. You roasted
I burned
my.
all your guards.
You did roast my employees.
Yeah, well, they were incompetent. They deserved it.
I mean, I can't really disagree with you there.
Couldn't even protect my niece. Just terrible.
I know, like, they couldn't protect her from you?
I know, right?
And then you took her for ice cream.
Someone had to. You never did.
We talk about. I took her for lots of ice cream. Because, you know, I didn't want to be, like, dead.
She told me that it wasn't ice cream, it was sherbet. She said you had a problem with ice cream.
Maybe it was also frozen yogurt, okay? I feel like this is the perfect use for the generator that we found.
Well, looking at NBC, bro, I know there's pants somewhere.
Okay.
But we got
We're getting there.
7 masks, yeah. 3 jackets. 7 boots. No, 6 boots. Wait, no, 7. 2 gloves?
Now that rabbit run was great for NBC gear. Like, I feel like if we hit rabbit at least maybe once or twice more, we probably we'll have enough for a good amount. But then we need to also look for charcoal. Because I don't think everybody's
We
gonna
have
want
too
to.
many masks.
What?
Oh, that depends on how big of a crew we run.
Well, no, 7 might be right.
Because if everybody, you know, if everybody wakes up, we had a pretty big crew.
Or what's gonna happen is that one guy murdered just gonna come back.
Could
He's
be.
just gonna take one full set and go away.
And then we probably want at least one extra. Like everybody should have like one extra filter so you can just keep swapping out and refilling with charcoal. Or have a bunch and then just like dump them as you go.
So like your girlfriends.
And just dump them as you go.
Have a bunch and dump them as you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Should we maybe log off with that singularity cell thing? Because isn't that kind of rare?
I don't know how rare, but you do have to get all the guns and stuff. The gun part, like the keys.
Yeah, I think Jankov is the gun, and then
The other
Northeast
areas.
Airfield is the mags.
Yeah.
And then Area 3 is the scope and more ammo.
So it's not like the easiest thing. So even if they grab that from us, it's like you still have a lot of steps to even like use it.
Well, we got 2 ammo boxes.
I mean, if somebody goes to sleep with it, I mean, that's fine.
I'll sleep with them.
Oh, McDougal, you're a real bro. The kind that falls out a big fat pig. You know, that's where that line comes. I'll sleep with them. That way you can hook up with the hot one.
Oh,
You know, you gotta have that bro to fall in the hand grenade.
I was like, where are we going with
You weren't
this?
sure where I was going with that, huh?
No, I was very confused. Like, did you just call you called Dougal a bro, then you called him a pig? I was like, what?
No, I said he's the kind of bro that would go to sleep with the pig.
Oh.
Like, you know, he fell on the hand grenade. You know, with that, fine, I'll sleep with him.
Isn't
you know,
what?
so
Couldn't you
hook up
just
with the hot
say,
one.
you know, he just took one for the team?
Hey, fat girls
I
need
could
loving
have, but
too.
that's also true, and usually they're very grateful. I don't say this from experience. You know.
I have no idea what just happened there. All right, so you I got a feeling you're gonna be spending some time, probably what, eating, organizing.
No, not tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. I did a little bit of organizing when I was still standing here, but I'm kind of hungry after that earlier conversation. We should probably put that back up though.
Oh, did you unpack those? They glow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's neat.
They're a lot smaller if you take them out the box.
I hope that's not what she said.
I'm glad I'm not the one person thinking that. Did it rain at some point? Because apparently I'm absolutely soaked. I'm like, earlier, like, it would be like, it was not this cold to pee.
I picked up the cable reel, but apparently that's still plugged in.
Plugged into what?
I didn't use the cable reel. I plugged the lights directly into the generator.
Yeah, but there's a wire that looks like it's going down, like it's connected to something.
That's just the light wire.
There we go, I got it. There was a yellow cable still in the thing.
No, I didn't actually know that you can't wring out a ghillie hood.
I thought that was your hair.
Yeah, it's the hairstyle. You can't wring out the ghillie hood.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it'll mess up the fro if you do that.
I need like a blow dry, you know? Alright. Is this where we're all like...
Going to sleep, kind of.
I'm going to find a bed.
Going in the trailer I sleep in.
So wait, who keeps leaving these pants around here?
It's the Pants Fairy.
Alright, well I took the truck batteries.
Alright. I'll catch you guys later.
Good night.
Alrighty. I'm gonna call it here for the night. appreciate everybody stopping out and hang out. I appreciate a lot the subs tonight. And I will catch you guys later.